this morning at the Wisconsin State Ski and Snowboard Championship. We're looking like we're going to have a 9:45 start. We're getting some final preparations to the course. All of our athletes have been through the course one time. So we'll be getting ready to start here shortly. We're looking forward to a great day of racing here at Mount Lacrosse. And the girls' Boarder Crosse will begin at approximately 9:45.
Good morning, Mount Lacrosse. We're about ready to begin the 2023 Ski and Snowboard Championship. We have snowboarding today, and we are about to begin the ladies' Boarder Crosse at about 9:45. So stick around. We're going to get started very shortly.
Well, we're beginning to see some forerunner activity on our Boarder Crosse course, getting ready to get started with our first snowboarder from the women's division here today. We are seeing some forerunners and getting ready to start this race here shortly.
And we are ready to start our racing for the 2023 State High School Ski and Snowboard Championship. We have snowboarding all day today. We'll start with the women's Boarder Crosse. And we're watching a boarder come down. Where we have, it looks like the boarders are still kind of finishing their pre-run, and we'll get started in just a minute. And on course, it looks like we have bib 572, Sienna Whipperford, the sophomore from Wanakee. Our current leader is Brianna Schaubly with a 36.10. Sorry we didn't have those times until just now. And we'll keep you informed as soon as we get all of technology running here.
Seems like our first racer that come through, Chloe Larson from Middleton, was our first racer down. We're just trying to get caught up here, folks, and figure out who is on course right now. Looks like we have Kira Olson from Columbus. Quite a course we have set up here, folks. Lots of berms, lots of the jumps for these skiers or boarders to go through, and Kira comes across the line at 40.26, 40.26.
Our next racer is bib 568, Elizabeth Pofall, a junior from Waukesha.
Elizabeth will be followed by Emma Smith, a sophomore from Slinger. Elizabeth Pofall on course right now from Waukesha.
And sorry we didn't get to announce our first racer, 552, Chloe Larson, a senior from Middleton. We'll get you her time as soon as we have it. And here comes Elizabeth Polfall through the finish. And Elizabeth's time is the 36.31. 36.31.
On course now from Slinger. She's a sophomore. This is Emma Smith, bib number 560.
And Emma will be followed by bib 580, Nicole Long, a sophomore from Rhinelander, Northland Pine.
Pretty challenging course for these ladies here this morning. We're going to have a fantastic day of racing. We've got the sun is out. Emma comes across the line at 34.73, puts her temporarily in first place. Good job, Emma. On course now, Nicole Long. She's a sophomore from Rhinelander, Northland Pines.
In the start, we have bib 580, Chloe Rummel. 586, Chloe Rummel from DSHA. And we are watching Nicole Long on court.
Nicole Long participated last year in the Boarder Crosse event as well. Nicole comes across the finish line at 38.79. On course from DSHA, it's Chloe Rummel.
And in the start, we have bib 549, Puck de Hoog, a junior from Middleton. And we're watching Chloe Rummel on course from Divine Savior Holy Angels. And here she comes, Chloe Rummel to the finish with a 35.42, 35.42.
Course now from Middleton, it's Puck de Hoog, a junior, bib number 549.
And in the start, we have 588, London Vanderhorst, a freshman from West Salem. Got some cool names again this year, Rick.
Yes, we do. Course now from Middleton, coming through that jump. Really important to keep that board on the ground as she comes across. 40.29 for Puck de Hoog from Middleton. London Vanderhorst from West Salem, bib 588. She's a freshman this year.
Bib 585, Sophia Parkinson, a senior from Hartford, is in the start.
London's dad, Darrett, here today on the ski patrol, helping out, snowboarding patroller. So that's snowboarding family there. London comes across the finish line, 38.12 for West Salem.
Now on course, bib 585, Sophia Parkinson from Hartford. She'll be followed by 581, Faith Line from Madison West.
Sophia's a senior this year. She was at the Boarder Crosse event last year as well as a junior representing Hartford. Did pretty well last year. Let's see how she comes across the line. She's really tucking for that finish line and crosses at 39.31. On course now, Faith Line, a sophomore from Madison West.
And in the start, we have 573, Francesca Anderson, a junior from West Bend.
Took a little look at this course last night, and these boarders are being challenged by these angled berms, lots of nice jumps in there. Key ingredient, get to the finish line quickly and manage all that obstacle along the way.
And we're looking at Faith Line coming to the finish, bib 581. And here she comes, Faith Line from Madison West, finishing with a 51.25, 51.25.
On course now, bib 573, a freshman from West Bend. This is Francesca Anderson.
And in the start, we have 558, McKinley DeLong, a junior from Slinger. And here comes Francesca Anderson to the finish. Her time is a 41.71, 41.71.
On course now from Slinger. She's a junior this year. This is McKinley DeLong. McKinley will be followed by Nicole Major, a senior from Waukesha.
And we have another beautiful day here at Mount Lacrosse for the Snowboard Championship. And we want to thank everybody who's taken part in this. That was McKinley DeLong, maybe finishing there. And we'll get a time when we can. Oh, McKinley's time. No, we'll get it figured out in just a second. Looks like Nicole Major might be on course at the moment. I think we had a false start, so they're going to have to clean that up, and we'll get back to you. And we have another boarder coming through the finish. And we think it's Nicole Major, bib number 7, time of 36.89, 36.89.
On course now, bib 570, a freshman from Wanakee, Peyton Oakes.
And Peyton will be followed by bib 583, Lahela Mika from Ashwa Bay. And Peyton Oakes is now on course. Our current So we're still kind of working out a few glitches here. We will report whatever we can to help you out here. Bib 570, Peyton Oak, a freshman from Wanakee, on court. And we are in the second seed of the girls Boarder Crosse. And here comes Peyton Oak, finishing with a 47.61, 47.61.
On course now from Ashwa Bay, Lahela Mika, the junior this year, wearing bib 583.
She'll be followed by bib 571, Macy Rogan, a senior from Wanakee.
Little sunshade combination on this course today. Lahela comes across the line at 43.73, 43.73. On course now, bib 571 from Wanakee, Macy Rogan.
In the start 5 will be bib 564. Could be Gabby Hagemeyer, a senior from Waukesha. We're watching Macy Rogan on course. And here she comes to the finish. Senior from Wanakee, Macy Rogan's time is a 43.91. 43.91. On course 5, bib 564, Gaby Hagemeyer, a senior from Waukesha.
Gaby will be followed by Brooklyn Phillip, freshman from West Bend.
And we are in the third seed of the ladies Boarder Crosse. Our first race of the 2023 state snowboard championship. Gaby Hagemeyer finishes with a 36.07, 36.07.
On course now from West Bend, this is Brooklyn Phillips, bib 575. First trip to the state high school snowboard championship here at Mount Lacrosse. She's a freshman.
And she'll be followed by another freshman, bib 561, Olivia Strupp from Slinger.
Brooklyn charging towards that finish line, making her way across these last couple of berms here. A shout out to the Mount Lacrosse operations team for putting together a great Boarder Crosse course here this year. And Brooklyn Phillip crosses the finish line, 39.47. On course now, from Slinger, Olivia Strupp.
Olivia will be followed by one of our local favorites, bib 579, Santana Carranza from La Crosse Central. She's in the start. And Olivia Strupp is making her way through this course. Here she comes, bib 561, Olivia Strupp, time 35.48, 35.48.
On course now, as Amy mentioned, one of our local racers from Central High School, Santana Carranza. Santana in her senior year this year. Santana had an 8th place finish in Boarder Crosse last year, so she's coming back prepared, shooting for the stars here. Santana making her way down her home course here at Mount Lacrosse.
And in the start, we have 587, Sydney Sarkowskis, freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines. And here comes Santana Carranza to the finish. Her time is a 39.51, 39.51. On course is 587, Sydney Starkowskis, freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
Sydney will be followed by another local racer from Aquinas, Tennyson Makepeace, and is a sophomore. On course now, here's Sydney from Rhinelander Northland Pines. I'm a little disappointed we don't hear our Rhinelander Northland Pines cowbell ringers this year.
We need
Where
more
are they?
cowbell.
Yeah, we need some more cowbell.
Maybe
Where are those Rhinelander fans?
They got a late start, maybe. That was Sydney Starkowskis. She finished with a 42.87, 42.87. Now on course, 582, Tennyson Makepeace, the sophomore from Aquinas.
Tennyson will be followed by Grace Repch from Middleton. Our eye on Tennyson Makepeace here, her second trip to the state Boarder Crosse championships here this year.
So we will have two middle and then Riley Landsberg. And Riley is our 26th racer down the hill, or down the course. So we have about 40 of the female border racers, and we have about 68 of the male racers.
Riley will be followed by Peyton Malley from Wanakee. Comes Riley across the line. Riley's time 44.50, 44.5. On course now, Peyton Malley from Wanakee.
Peyton is a senior. She'll be followed by bib 563, Ava Colias, a senior from Waukesha. So far we have...
And Sydney's time, sorry, Amy, is 5:62. Get a confirmation here in just a moment. 74 on course. This is Eva Lucas right now.
We had a little technical difficulty there, so sorry about that. We're watching bib 574, Eva Lucas, the senior from West Bend. And here she comes to the finish. Eva's time is a 40.27, 40.27.
On course now, bib 562, a senior from Slinger, Callie Wire. Callie will be followed by Kate Williams, a junior from Middleton.
We just started the 5th seed of the women's Boarder Crosse.
Callie crosses the line at 37.91, unofficially in 10th position right now. 37.9.
Now on course is bib 565, 555, sorry, Kate Williams, a junior from Middleton.
Kate will be followed by Danica Jones, a sophomore from Waukesha.
Sorry, I misspoke earlier. Our fastest time is actually Emma Smith's time was 34.73. Here comes Kate Williams to the finish. Her time is a 44.81, 44.81.
On course now, 565, sophomore from Waukesha, Danica Jones. Danica will be followed by a freshman from West Bend, Addison
Turacek.
Turacek.
That's how we'll say it today. Or Turacek, we're not sure. But Danica Jones is on course. Here she comes, bib 565, Danica Jones. Her time is 39.84, 39.84. Now on course, bib 578, Addison Turacek, a freshman from West Bend.
Addison will be followed by Molly Murren from Waukesha. Boarder Crosse is a reasonably new event, been added over the last several years. In the bull fashion, Boarder Crosse is generally multiple people on course at one time. This is a timed course here today at the Wisconsin State Finals. We have Addison Turacek on course right now, first trip to state meet. Freshman from West Bend. He crosses the finish line at 46.75.
Now on course is bib 567, Molly Murin, a senior from Waukesha. She will be followed by bib 550, Lana Gaziano, a sophomore from Middleton.
Molly Murin on course.
Actually, we have bib 550, Lana Gaziano on course. Bib 550, Lana Gaziano, a sophomore from Middleton, is making her way through this Boarder Crosse course.
She'll be followed by bib 576, Lexus Ruffle from West Bend. Here comes Lana. Across that last jump and through the finish line, Lana's time 1:00.78. On course now, from West Bend, Alexis Ruffle. Alexis will be followed by Abra Adams, a freshman from Slinger. And Alexis comes across at 42.15. 42.15 for Alexis Ruffle.
Our final racer will be bib 556, Abra Adams, a freshman from Slinger. Here comes Abra. And here comes Abra getting some air there. Abra's time is a 35.23, 35.23. Sorry, that was my mistake. I think I thought we only had 6 speeds.
5:54 on course next, Sophia Walker, sophomore from Middleton. Doing some course maintenance here in between. Thanks to all those course workers for putting in some hard hours here today and throughout the entire event. Couldn't do it without all of the course workers and helpers.
And it will take a couple minutes here, or a couple seconds to thank all the people who worked hard to make this race happen. Well, first, though, let's go through the top 3 finishers. We have Emma Smith in first place. So looking like you can just look up at the you can look up the board and see the finishes because they're going pretty fast. So check it out. Look at the Jumbotron and see how the ladies finish. We want to take time to thank our race administrators, Kathy Price and Kelly Soderbach. We also want to thank Chief of Race. We have Nick Bennett today for the snowboard side and Steve Mickelson skiing for the next 2 days. Chiefs, of course, Fritz Leinfelder. Technical delegate, Marcy Iverson. We want to thank Mount Lacrosse, Will Matthew, the owner, Darcy Bridle, president, Jason Barney, vice president, Jenna Shams, administrative assistant, and Bill Patza, race coordinator. We also want to thank our meet production team of PT Timing, Interstate Sound, and Explore Lacrosse. We want to also thank our timing gurus, Leo Dunleavy and Ed Overholt, the data processing and scoring team, PT Timing. Some of our referees are Rod Olson and Tom Groskoff. We also want to thank our chief gate judge, Randy Polma, and Dan Adams, finish referee, Mark Hyde. And I'm Amy Schwartz, and I'm with Rich Rice, and we're happy to be here at the 2023 Ski and Snowboard Championship. We'll be right back with the boys' Boarder Crosse. And just a quick announcement, we have no DQs for the women's Boarder Crosse. No DQs for the women's Boarder Crosse. We're ready to get going with the boys' Boarder Crosse.
On course now, bib 546, a senior from Ashwa Bay. This is Quinn Godfrey. Quinn is our second racer here today. The announcing booth was not in the game for Joe Hefter, who apparently went first. We're sorry, but we're not connected to the race, so we think we've got Quinn Godfrey on course now.
So we apologize to bib 509, Joe Hefter from Slinger. We'll get to his time. Quinn Godfrey crosses with a time of 37.31, 37.31 for Quinn.
Behind Quinn is Charlie King, a junior from Wanakee, bib 534. He's on course now. Charlie be followed by Connor Scrum, a sophomore from the Southern Conference Co-op.
And Charlie had a little bit of trouble at the top part of the course. He's hopping his way down, looking for a finish. In the start, as Rich said, 506, Connor Scrum. Charlie King, a junior from Wanakee, on court. And here he comes toward the finish, Charlie King. And Charlie's time is a 50.48, 50.48. Our next racer is bib 506, Connor Scrum. He'll be followed by bib 429, Owen Rapenshek from Rhinelander Northland Pine.
Connor Scrum on course, making his way across those berms and those banked corners, gaining lots of speed and lots of change in the trajectory here as he comes through. Connor's a sophomore this year, Southern Conference Co-op. In a low tuck as he comes across that last jump. Heading for the finish line, Connor scores 36.61, 36.61 on course now. Bib 429, Owen Rapenchek from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Owen's a sophomore.
In the start is bib 543, Johnny Mundell, a junior from West Bend. And we're watching Owen Rapenchek on court. Looks like a really fun course, too. We're getting to see more of the top part of the course. And Owen's making his way to the finish. And Owen finishes with a 36.09, 36.09. On course, bib 543, Johnny Mundell, Jr. from West Bend.
Johnny took fourth last year in Boarder Crosse, so he should be a front runner here again this year. Johnny will be followed by
Luke Cope
Luke Koch.
from Logan Central. We do have a time for Joe Hefter. Joe Hefter's our current leader with a 32.75, 32.75 for Joe.
We apologize to Joe for missing that first run.
But Johnny Mundell just took over. His time is a 32.00, 32.00. Now on course, 4:15. Luke Cope, a junior from La Crosse, Logan Central.
Luke will be followed by another lacrosse athlete, Bodie Calloway from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. Luke Koch on course right now. He's tucking through that last corner, looking like he's getting some nice speed through that course. Kind of on the home turf here for Luke. Luke crosses the line at 32.90, puts him unofficially in third place. On course now, Bodie Calloway. Bodie, a sophomore from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. Bodie had a third place finish last year in the Boarder Crosse.
And let's see what he can do today. Bib 401, Bodie Calloway making his way through this course. In the start, we have 418, Gus Balasubramaniam, senior from Middleton. That's a tough one. Bodie Calloway finishes with a 31.71. Puts him in first for the moment, 31.71. Nice job, Bodie.
Bodie being coached by his retired brother. And on course now, we have Gus Balasubramaniam.
That's a tough one.
That's a long one.
Yep, we're going to say that's the toughest one so far. Gus is a senior from Middleton. He'll be followed by bib 514, Chris DeCourt from Waukesha.
Gus charging towards the finish line here. He's a senior from Middleton in the Boarder Crosse event. 36.7, unofficial 7th place for Gus. Chris DeCourt on course now, wearing bib 514. Chris will be followed by Hunter Wenzel from Hartford.
And we are wrapping up the first seed of the men's Boarder Crosse. Looking at Chris DeCourt from Waukesha. Our current leader is one of our local racers, Bodie Calloway. Here comes Chris DeCourt to the finish. Chris's time is a 33.69, 33.69. Now on course is bib 409, Hunter Wenzel, senior from Hartford.
Hunter was top 10 last year as well. Hunter had a 6th place in Boarder Crosse in the last year's state tournament. So let's keep our eyes on Hunter here as he makes his way down this Boarder Crosse course. He looked pretty committed through that bermed corner there. High berm leads to a jump and leads to the finish line for Hunter Wenzel. Takes it home so far at 31.7, unofficial first place for Hunter.
That wraps up our first seed. Starting out the second seed, we have bib 548, Ethan Thomas, a junior from Rice Lake, racing as an individual.
Ethan will be followed by Noah Stanky from Waukesha.
And we are watching bib 548, Ethan Thomas, a junior from Rice Lake, making his way to the finish. Ethan's time is a 38.10, 38.10. On course is bib 531, Noah Steinke, a junior from Waukesha.
The start gate will be Jack Hom from Luther, senior this year. Noah Steinke on course.
And here he's making his way into our view. Noah Steinke's time is a 33.26, 33.26. On course, 547, Jack Hom, a senior from Luther.
Jack will be followed by Matthew Whalen, senior from Middleton. Jack Hom on course now in bib 547.
We are just getting into the second seed of our men's Boarder Crosse. We're watching Jack Hom on course.
Jack looks like he's putting a pretty nice run together there. High on the berm corner, straight through the jump, and down through the finish line is Jack Hom Unofficial 8th place at 35.99. On course now, Matthew Whalen from Middleton.
And he'll be followed by bib 425, Max Durkee, a senior from Rhinelander Northland Pine. Making his way to the finish is 423, Matthew Whalen. Matthew's time is a 36.22, 36.22. On course, bib 425, Max Durkee, a senior from Rhinelander Northland Pine. He'll be followed by bib 410, Mason Weimer from Hartford. Like Max is picking up some speed on the top portion of this course. And here he comes, Max Durkee to the finish. His time, 34.17, 34.17.
With Max in the top 10 unofficially. Let's keep our eye on Mason Weimer on course now from Hartford.
He'll be followed by one of our locals, Logan Boland from La Crosse Central. Logan.
Mason's a sophomore this year, so I'm not sure if he was at the tournament last year, took the trip here or not. It looks like he's got some nice speed at the final portion of this course here. And 34.04, official 8th position for Mason. On course now, Logan Central, Logan Boland.
And in the start, we have 545, Gavin Schauble, freshman from West Bend. And we're watching bib 412, Logan Boland. And Logan was one of my students at Central last year. He's doing a great job here. A junior for the La Crosse Central Logan team.
Logan will be followed by Gavin Schauble from West Bend.
Logan finishes with a 34.60, 34.60, putting him in an unofficial 10th place.
Out of the gate, bib 545, Gavin Schauble. He'll be followed by Alex Mickelson from Wanakee. Both of these guys are freshmen here, so first trip to Mount La Crosse for the state tournament. For sure, we're giving them a pretty good challenge here on this Call It Quits run. Great Boarder Crosse course set up here by our operations team. It looks like he's having a blast out there. Gavin making some nice turns through the course. Little air on that last and final jump, and Gavin crosses the finish line at 33.9, 33.9, unofficially in 8th position. On course now, from Wanakee, Alex Mickelson.
In the gate, we have bib 403, Jacob Mighty from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. Looks like Alex had a little bit of trouble there. Has to pick up some speed to get to that next gate.
Yeah, a little bit of a washout there. He's going to go ahead and pop that binding back on and see if he can get back in the course.
And Alex Mickelson is back on track. And he'll be followed by 403, Jacob Mighty on court. In the start, we have 431, Milo Graffin from Southern Conference Co-op. We've got 2 racers on course, pretty tight here. And looks like Jacob is gonna board off, and we have .536 and 403. Might get reruns here because of complication on course here. Our next racer is 431, Milo Graffin, a junior from Southern Conference Co-op.
On course now, Milo Graffin, bib 431. He's a junior from the Southern Conference Co-op.
In the start is 513, Braden Wiedmeyer, a senior from Slinger. So we'll let you know what's going to happen with those 2 boarders who finished back-to-back. Here's Milo Graffin on course. And here comes bib 431, Milo Graffin, finishing with a 39.40, 39.50. Now on course, bib 513, Braden Wiedmeyer, senior from Slinger.
Braden will be followed by Cole Gashko, a sophomore from Wanakee.
And Braden is going to be wrapping up our second seed of the men's Boarder Crosse.
Braden in his final Boarder Crosse event here at Mount Lacrosse. Braden's a senior this year. Looks like he's got some good momentum on the course. Braden comes across at 34 even, 34.0 for an unofficial 9th place position. Cole Gashko getting ready on course. Cole will be followed by Will Bakastoon from AOWS.
And we have a slight pause in between seeds here. And it looks like one of our boarders is going to get a rerun here. We'll let you know as soon as we know something. Just a reminder that today is all snowboarding, and our next race will be the girls' giant slalom, approximately starting at 11:45. There will be an inspection approximately at 11:15, but we will let you know more specifically as we find out. And then we'll wrap up the day with the slalom race, girls followed by the boys. And don't forget, we're going to have snowboard awards at the end of the day, so please stick around. We'll be doing all the snowboard awards at the end of the racing day. And it looks like we're going to have bib 403, Jacob Mighty, a junior from Aquinas on Alaska, West Salem, for a rerun.
And on course, this is bib 403, Jacob Mighty, being given a re-ride here for the boys Boarder Crosse race this morning. A little confusion earlier with two boarders on the course at the same time, an overtaking boarder, so Jacob has a re-ride here.
And here he comes, bib 403, Jacob Mighty, through the finish.
35.32 on that rerun, 35.32. Jake.
And our next racer is 533, Cole Gashko, or Gascho, from Wanakee. And we are in the third seed of the men's Boarder Crosse.
.66 for bib 533. Bib 533 on a reride 38.66.
And we think our next racer is bib 400, Will Bakastoon, a sophomore from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team.
That is bib 400, Will Bakastoon, a sophomore from AOWS on course. Will be followed by Gavin Bayer from West Bend. Will's a sophomore this year. Aquinas, Alaska West Salem combined team.
Will's doing a nice job at the top part of this course.
From that heel side to toe side transition there and across the little berm. Again on the home course, 35.14 for Will Bakastoon.
On course is bib 540, Gavin Bayer, a senior from West Bend.
Gavin will be followed by Braden Conwell from Middleton. Looks like the course is holding up nice. The temperatures are holding so that they're not getting some big ruts on those corners. Although the course has changed with this number of racers down it. And across the line at 35.02, Gavin Bayer's time, 35.02.
On course now is bib 420, Braden Conwell, a senior from Middleton. He'll be followed by 427, Reese Frisk, a senior from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Could be Frisk or Friske. I don't know what it is, Rich, but here we're watching Braden Conwell on court. Here comes Braden to the finish. His time is a 38.46, 38.46.
On course now, bib 427, Reese Frisk from Rhinelander Northland Pines, the senior this year.
He'll be followed by bib 408, Jackson St. Antoine, a junior from Hartford. Our current leader in the boys Boarder Crosse, Hunter Wenzel, with a 31.70. Here we go with Reese Frisk finishing with 36.84, 36.84. On course 408, Jackson St. Antoine, a junior from Hartford.
Jackson will be followed by Gavin Braun from Slinger. Gavin's a sophomore this year. We're watching on course now, Jack St. Antoine. Last little bit of speed across the line for Jackson, 32.57, unofficial fourth place for Jackson. On course now, bib 507, a sophomore from Slinger, Gavin Braun.
And in the start, one of our local racers, 417, Sam Lown, a senior from La Crosse Central Logan.
Gavin getting down nice and low in those corners and getting ready for that transitional jump to the finish line. Gavin across the line at 33.82 for an unofficial 9th position. On course now, Braden Conwell from Middleton.
No, actually, we're on
sorry.
417, Sam Lown.
We're at Sam Lown. Sorry about that. Mixed Gavin up with Gavin Bayer, Gavin Brown. We're at Sam Lown. Local guy, senior this year.
And in the gate, we have 433, Evan Mathwig, a junior from Southern Conference Co-op. I know some people were wondering if the snow was going to hold with all this warm weather we've been having, but the course crew did a great job, and it's holding up really well. Sam Lown finishing with a 41.13 for 1.13 for Sam.
On course now, bib 433, Evan Mathwig. He's a junior from the Southern Conference Co-op.
In the start is 5:15, Ben Engel, senior from Waukesha. Ben will be our final racer in the third seed. And we're watching Evan Mathwig on court. And here comes Ben Engel, a senior from Waukesha.
This course is full of steep drops and flat sections. It really does challenge these boarders to stay in control and stay fast. Speaking of which, there's a little slip out on the course right there. Again, this course is challenging. Lots of cambered rollers and cambered turns. Various terrain throughout this course keeps these athletes on edge throughout from top to bottom.
On course is 5:18, Patrick Latka, junior from Waukesha. We'll get you the time for Ben Engel. Ben Engel's time was a 34.79, 34.79. Now on course, Patrick Latka.
Patrick's time, 40.66. Kind of an interesting finish. Well done, Patrick, to get your arm over the line there.
Now on course is 4:07, Caleb St. Antoine. Caleb is a junior from Hartford.
Caleb will be followed by Zachary King, a junior from Wanakee.
And I'm not sure we ever said Evan Mathwig's time. Evan's time was a 39.46. 39.46.
Caleb comes across the line at 34.04. 34.04 for Caleb St. Antoine. On course now, 5:35, Zachary King, junior from Wanakee.
And we are in the fourth seed of the men's Boarder Crosse. And it looks like we're going to have a clarification on Patrick Latka's time. We'll let you know. And just a reminder that following the Boarder Crosse, we will have the girls' GS followed by the boys' GS. There will be time for inspection for the girls and the boys at the same time to inspect. And we're looking at an approximate time of 11:15 for that, but we will let you know. And we will continue with the Boarder Crosse as soon as we're ready.
Next racer on course, bib 535, a junior from Wanakee, Zachary King. Zachary will be followed by Charles Head, a freshman from Logan Central.
And we're watching bib 535, Zachary King on course. We're in the fourth seat of the boys' Boarder Crosse. And Zachary King comes through the finish with a 35.47. 35.47.
On course now, from Logan Central, he's a freshman this year, first trip to the state tournament, Charles Head. from Logan Central. Charles will be followed by 426, Brady Friske from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
And here he comes, bib 413, Charles Head to the finish. Charles' time is a 46.23, 46.23. On course is bib 426, Brady Frisk, senior from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
Brady will be followed by London Kastner from Southern Conference Co-op.
And here comes Brady to the finish. Brady's time is a 38.73. 38.73.
On course now, London Kastner from Southern Conference Co-op. London will be followed by Lars Wubben from Middleton.
Our current leader in the Boarder Crosse is Caleb St. Antoine. That time is not correct, so I apologize. That is not the truth. And here comes London Kastner to the finish with a 39.03. 39.03 for London.
On course now is Lars Wubben, bib 424, a sophomore from Middleton. In the gate and ready behind Lars will be Pierce Reiner from West Bend. Got Lars Wubben on course now. Not all of the ski areas these guys practice at have those banked corners, so it's kind of a new experience for them. 39.69 for Lars Wubben. Lars Wubben, 424. On course now, Pierce Reiner.
And in the gate, we have bib 511, Luke Schmidt, a junior from Slinger. This is Pierce's final Boarder Crosse at state meet. He's a senior from West Bend.
Getting down nice and low in that corner, is tucking hard into the corner there, getting down in the towards the finish line at 34.21 for Pierce Reiner. Luke Schmidt on course, bib 511, a junior from Slinger.
And Luke will be followed by bib 404, Diego Niera, a sophomore from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. Diego will wrap up our 4th seed.
Luke had an 11th place finish, just outside the top 10 last year, so he's really wanting to put down a good run this year, see if he can crack inside that top 10. Keep an eye on Luke Schmidt from Slinger here as he crosses the line at 33.75 in an unofficial 9th position. So here we go up into that top 10 bracket.
Nice job, Luke Schmidt. On course is 404, or will be 404, Diego Niera from Aquinas Onalaska West Salem. Bib 404, Diego Niera is a did not start. Fortunately, 404 is a DNS. Our next racer is going to be 434, Sam Reynolds, a freshman from the Southern Conference Co-op. And it looks like we have some course workers kind of doing a little cleanup on the course. And we want to thank everybody for volunteering and helping us make this a great 3-day event. We are going to wrap up Boarder Crosse with the final 2 seeds in just a minute.
Well, let's put a little shout out to the Mount Lacrosse Ski Patrol. They've been here since early this morning, setting up all of these boundaries and barriers and making sure our athletes stay safe throughout the 3-day weekend. About 55 men and women volunteers, part of the Mount Lacrosse Ski Patrol. So big shout out to them today for providing all that background support.
And another shout out to Rich Rice here in the White House. I'm Amy Schwartz. This is Rich with Rich Rice, and we're having a good time here. It's a beautiful day here at Mount Lacrosse, and we're looking at some good snowboarding today. Remember, we have 2 more days of racing. Tomorrow is the skiers start racing tomorrow, and it looks like we have girls slalom, boys slalom, and then girls GS tomorrow. And then on Monday we have boys GS, girls Super G, and boys Super. So lots of good racing today, tomorrow, and Monday.
There's also a great selection of race apparel in the chalet, in what are the board room in the chalet? Yeah, so we've got a staff in there with some hoodies and hats and shirts and all kinds of cool stuff. So make your way into the boardroom where there's some great state ski meet bling.
Yeah, and we want to thank Sue Blusky and my sister Kelly Mickelson for helping out with the apparel this year. And we've got a great design, great quality material, really soft stuff that's going to last a lot longer than some of some of the other products out there. So please stop by the boardroom and check it out.
And out of the gate, bib 434, a freshman from the Southern Conference Co-op. On course now is Sam Reynolds. Sam will be followed by Brady Guth from West Bend.
And this is Sam's first Boarder Crosse, as he is a freshman.
Challenging course for all today. Lots of great jumps, lots of great firmed corners. Got to stay in position and absorb all of those transition changes throughout this course. Across the line at 41.63 is Sam Reynolds, 41.63. On course now, Brady Guth.
And in the start will be 422, Doug Watson, a freshman from Middleton. On course is 541, Brady Guth, a senior from West Bend.
He approached the finish line with a time of 35.47. 35.47 on course now. From Middleton, he's a freshman, Doug Watson.
And in the start, bib 508, Jack Bullis, a junior from Slinger. And the freshman from Middleton, Doug Watson, doing a nice job on this course. His first state meet. Here comes Doug to the finish. Doug Watson with a time of 39.94. 39.94.
On course now, bib 508, junior from Slinger, Jack Bullis.
And we've heard that name before. The Bullis family has some great snowboarding. I remember Lexi Bullis, I think, was a great boarder who won a lot here at Mount Lacrosse. And here comes Jack Bullis to the finish with a 32.82. 32.82. Now on course, bib 402, Carter Fortune from the Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem team.
Carter will be followed by Ethan Gartsky from Waukesha. Of course now, Carter Fortune.
We are about in the middle of our 5th seed of the boys Boarder Crosse. And we're watching Carter Fortune. Bib 402, sophomore from Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem, approach the finish. And Carter's time is a 42.91. 42.91.
On course now, from Waukesha, bib 516, Ethan Gartsky.
He'll be followed by 428 on course. He'll be followed by 414, Brett Youngman, freshman from La Crosse Central Logan. Samuel Anderson picking up some speed on that part of the course, looking good. Current leader is Hunter Wenzel, unofficially 31.7, and that was Samuel Anderson with a time of 37.55. 37.55.
On course now, Brett Youngman, bib 414 from Logan Central.
And in the start, we have bib 405, Gavin Albrecht, sophomore from Hartford.
Interesting story on the Logan Central snowboard team. One of their former teammates from last year graduated and is now a coach. Cooper Calloway is coaching these guys. So he and Dirk Danhoff doing a great job coaching. Brett Jungman across the line, heading towards the finish line, that is, and he crosses at 40.48, 40.48.
Now on course, bib 405, Gavin Albrecht from Hartford.
Gavin will be followed by Mark Ross from the Southern Conference Co-op. Gavin giving it his all. Comes across that last jump. 33.87, 33.87 on official 12th position. On course now, bib 435, Mark Ross.
And Mark starts off our sixth and final seed of the boys Boarder Crosse. He'll be followed by 406, Landon Engelbretson, sophomore from Hartford. Now on course is Mark Ross from the Southern Conference Co-op. Yeah, shout out to all the coaches from Wisconsin who take the time to pretty much volunteer their time for coaching, snowboarding, and ski racing. They put a lot of time and effort into it, and they love it, hopefully. That was Mark Ross finishing with 36.82, 36.82. On course, we have 406, Landon Engelbretson, sophomore from Hartford.
Landon will be followed by Gregory Nicholson from Wanakee. Course now, Landon Engelbretson. Hopefully some of you are watching this on the live feed at home on the internet. Seeing some good racing here at Mount Crosse. I believe that comes through the Explore the Cross site. Want to pass that on to your neighbors and friends to catch a little live feed here.
Yep.
Welcome all of you that are watching at home.
And we're watching Gregory Nicholson on course.
Greg will be followed by Jordan Hoppa from West Bend.
And just to review, we have Landon Engelbrecht's time was a 42.47, 42.47. And Greg Nicholson finished with a 35.97, 35.97.
Jordan Hoppa on course now. Jordan's a sophomore, West Bend.
And in the starters bib 510, Jacob Lishka, a freshman from Slinger.
Jordan rounding out the last part of this course here, across the final corner and across that last jump. Crosses the line at 39.36 for Jordan Hoppa.
Now on course bib 510, Jacob Lishka from Slinger. In the start, we have bib 419, Theodore Clay, a sophomore from Middleton.
Jacob Lishka making his way to the bottom of the course on Call It Quit here at Mount Crosse. Lishka crosses the finish line at 40.38, 40.38. Theodore Clay on the course now.
In the start, we have bib 519, Aiden Rotfeld, senior from Waukesha. Here's Theodore Clay on course. Theodore Clay finishes with a 34.59, 34.59. On course, we have bib 519, Aiden Rotfeld, a senior from Waukesha. I think on course we have bib 430, Evan Steve Wright, senior from Rhinelander North Pines.
That is correct. It is bib 430.
And we have a finish there for Evan, we think. We'll get that to you in just a second. And that wraps up our boys Boarder Crosse. And we had a few did not start, but a great race, great boarding from the men and the women. And we're going to follow this with the GS course. And we're going to open inspection shortly. We'll let you know as soon as we know.
Results are being posted on the Jumbotron out there, but unofficially, we have Hunter Wenzel in first place, followed by Bodie Calloway, Johnny Mundell, Jackson St. Antoine, and Joe Hefter rounding out our top 5 here on the boys GS. Excuse me, boys Boarder.
Bib number 430 time is a 47.51. So bib 430 Evan Steve Wright finishes with 47.51. Just a quick reminder that the GS Boarder course is opened for inspection at 11:25, and that will go till 11:50. We will start the GS race following that. So stick around for some awesome racing. You inspect the GS course, please stay outside of the lines. Please stay outside course lines as you do inspection. Thank you. Attention all snowboarders, the GS course is open for inspection. So you can get to the top and inspect the GS course. Please stay outside of the lines and inspect from the side. Thank you.
Getting closer and closer, folks, to the start of the girls' giant slalom here at the Wisconsin State High School Ski and Snowboard Championships. Just some last minute course and timing preparations underway here as we get our course officials in place, get our timing and judges ready to go. We're just a few minutes away from the start of the girls' giant slalom snowboard race. And we are off and running with our first forerunner on the course for the women's GS snowboard race today. We have a forerunner on board, Kennedy Wiedmeyer, leading us off today on this course that starts at the top of Thunderation and weaves down here to the White House Run. This is Kennedy Wiedmeyer, our first forerunner.
And now on course, we have our second forerunner, Morgan Reiches. So again, we're going to run the ladies GS first, and then the men will follow.
And here's our second forerunner making her way down the course. This is Morgan Reiches. We do have one more unnamed forerunner here. Giving us one more look at this course before we start the official competition here. And this is Kennedy Wiedmeyer right now on course. Sorry, we may have announced her a little bit earlier incorrectly, but Kennedy Wiedmeyer.
We have another forerunner on course. And we apologize, we do not have the names of all of our forerunners, but we appreciate them taking part in this.
Like a fairly challenging GS course setup here today for these racers, taking advantage of all of the 600 feet of vertical drop here at Mount Lacrosse, starting on the top of our Thunderation course, which is what you see on the Jumbotron now. Transition that comes across a drop here and makes for some tricky maneuvering as these boarders come through these last set of gates here before they approach the head wall. And here's our next forerunner coming across the let me see what that word is. That is a head wall. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. Blank, watching the screen, watching the racer. Here we go with another forerunner. Nice strong toe side, heel side turns coming through that finish line.
And just a quick reminder that we have Steve Davis here, a professional photographer, Aperture by Steve Davis. You can check out his website. He's here photographing all of the races today, tomorrow, and Monday. So Steve Davis is our professional photographer. Thank you, Steve.
Just a couple of last-minute checks on our timing system. We do have a glorious day for racing here at Mount Lacrosse. Weather couldn't be better for the state high school finals. Gentle sun on the course. Snow is in great condition. Our athletes are ready to go. We're starting here momentarily. Our first racer on course, bib number 577. She's a junior from West Bend, Brianna Schaubel. On our GS course, Brianna will be followed by Gaby Hagemeyer. Brianna Schaubel leading us off here from West Bend. Across the head wall, Brianna comes. This pitch gets a little steep once they come across that head wall. Some good momentum at the top side of the course coming into that head wall, so they've got to maintain some speed as they come across. Brianna doing a nice job here for West Bend.
And here comes Brianna to the finish. We don't have a time, but we'll get, oh, we do now, 49.96. 49.96 for Brianna. Nice run. Our next racer is in the start, bib 564, Gaby Hagemeyer from Waukesha.
On course now, from Waukesha, Gaby Hagemeyer, bib 564. Gaby's a senior this year. She'll be followed by Nicole Long, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
And there's Gaby coming into a little bit of a sunlight spot there. Kind of looks like the moon right from here. Anyway, Gaby Hagemeyer on course, clearing the head wall nicely. And in the start will be 580, Nicole Long, sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
Gaby bearing down on that finish line. And she crosses the line at 48.34, 48.34.
On course right now is Nicole Long. And in the start is 561, Olivia Strupp, a freshman from Slinger.
Full that head wall and drops into the last part of the pit here. Great conditions out there. The course seems to be holding nicely. There's some cowbells.
Rhinelander Northland Pines cheering
Fans are
on
here.
Nicole.
Nicole comes across at 51.36. 51.36 on course now, bib 561. She's from Slinger, Olivia Strupp.
And Olivia will be followed by bib 586, Chloe Rummel, a sophomore from Divine Savior Holy Angel. Clearing the head wall was Olivia Strupp, bib 561 on court.
She's a freshman, first trip to the state GS finals here. Got a good line and coming across the finish line at 43.4, 43.4 for Olivia Strupp. On course now, Chloe Rummel, a sophomore from DS8A.
And Chloe Rummel will be followed by Chloe Larson, a senior from Middleton. Here's Chloe Rummel coming into view here.
Eight girls in our top seed and our number one seed here. This is skier number 6. Excuse me, skier number 5, Chloe Rummel. Got Chloe followed by Chloe. Chloe Rummel comes across the line at 48.16. Unofficially puts her in second position. Chloe Larson, speaking of second position, finished second in this event last year. Chloe from Middleton is a senior this year. Let's see what she's got as she comes across the head wall.
In the start, we have bib 572, Sienna Whipperfirth from Wanakee. Oh, I hear some cowbell
There's
here.
some Middleton fans cheering on Chloe Larson. Again, a second place finisher in this event last year. Looks like she's throwing down a pretty good run here, ladies and gentlemen. As she comes across the finish line, Chloe Larson unofficially second at 46.59. Sienna Whipperforth on course. Sienna's a sophomore from Wanakee.
And wrapping up the first seed will be bib 584, Kira Olson, a junior from Columbus, racing as an individual. We're looking at Sienna Whipperfirth from Wanakee.
Sienna got just a little wide there on one gate, but really brought herself back into the course nicely. A little bit of chatter on some of these gates. Clipped that one, but got around it. Staying strong for the finish. This is Sienna Whipperfirth. Crosses the line at 50.31, 50.31.
And our final racer in seed number 1 is 584, Kira Olson from Columbus. And there's Kira clearing the head wall.
Get it out there a little bit. Doing the right thing, getting back in course. All about getting some points. Team scores here as the day goes on. Kira Olson gets up around that blue. Good effort there for Kira.
And starting off our second seed will be bib 588, London Vanderhorst from West Salem. Here comes Kira Olson from Columbus. Bib 584. Her time is 1.10.80. 1.10.80.
On course now, bib 588, a freshman from West Salem, London Vanderhorst. Let's give it up. Make a little noise for London here, local fans. I know there's some of you out there.
And London is racing as an individual today. She'll be followed by another individual racer, 585, Sophia Parkinson from Hartford. This is London Vanderhorst making her way through this course, her first state meet. Freshman from West Salem. Here comes London to the finish. Her time is a 51.05. 51.05.
On course now from Hartford, this is Sophia Parkinson. She's a senior this year. She had a top 10 finish in the GS last year. So Sophia will be a contender here this year, I'm sure. Senior from Hartford.
In the start, we have bib 581, Faith Line, a sophomore from Madison West.
Just picking a nice line through those last few gates here. Nice steady to the finish line, and across the line she comes, unofficially in 7th position at 550.60, 50.60.
On course now is bib 581, Faith Line, a sophomore from Madison West. She will be followed by 583, Lahala Mika from Ashwa Bay. And there's Faith Line at the head wall.
Sophomore this year, doing a nice job with this course.
And remember, following the giant slalom, the ladies' giant slalom, we'll have the boys' GS. So there's no delay in between. We'll just keep on racing. Here comes Faith Line to the line. And her time is 1.09.06. 1:09.06.
Bib 583 on course now. Junior from Ashwa Bay, Lahala Mika.
In the gate is bib 573, Francesca Anderson, junior from West Bend. And we're watching Lahala Mika on course. And here she comes, 583, Lahala Mika, finishing with a time of 52.34, 52.34.
On course now from West Bend, Francesca Anderson. Francesca's a junior this year, bib 573. Francesca will be followed by Puck DeHoog from Middleton.
We are about in the middle of our second seed of the ladies GS.
Francesca putting a nice line together here. She gets to these final few gates on this GS course. And across the line, Francesca comes at 52.74. 2.74.
Now on course bib 549, Puck de Hoog, a junior from Middleton.
Puck will be followed by McKinley DeLong from Slinger.
And there's Puck de Hoog clearing the head wall. Starting to hear some cowbell.
Middleton fans coming together for Puck de Hoog here, a junior. And Puck crosses the finish line at 55.77. 55.77. On course now, McKinley DeLong. He's a junior from Slinger. McKinley had a top 10 finish last year as well.
And following McKinley will be bib 566, Nicole Major, a senior from Waukesha. Here comes McKinley DeLong from Slinger, making her way to the finish. And McKinley's time is a 50.80, 50.80.
On course now, bib 566, Nicole Major, a senior from Waukesha. Let's keep our eyes on Nicole. Nicole had a third place finish in the GS last year, so she is not foreign to this course and to this hill. Let's see how Nicole does.
In the start, we have bib 570, Peyton Oates, a freshman from Wanakee.
Nicole Major looks like she's putting together a nice run, staying really consistent, nice and tight to the gate, not getting too far outside the course. Following a nice line. Let's keep our eyes on Nicole Major as she crosses at 52 even, 52.00.
On course is 570, Peyton Oak, her first state meet, freshman from Wanakee. And Peyton will be our final racer in our second seed. And there's Peyton Oaks clearing the head wall. So far, so good. The course is holding up nicely, and the ladies are doing a great job on this GS course.
Picked a nice line there for 55.3. 55.3. First snowboarder in seed number 3 is bib 575. On course, Brooklyn Phillips.
She will be followed by bib 560, Emma Smith, a sophomore from Slinger.
At Brooklyn Phillips out front here. First GS race at Mount Lacrosse for her in the state finals.
And here comes the freshman from West Bend, Brooklyn Phillip, finishing with a time of 56.35, 56.35.
Up along our rock wall on Thunderation, bib 560 across the head wall. This is Emma Smith.
In the gate is 553, Grace Repsch, a junior from Middleton. Clearing the head walls, Emma Smith from Slinger.
Was getting busy with it here at the finish line. Emma crosses at 48.4, unofficially in third position for Emma Smith. Grace Repsch on course. Grace is a junior from Middleton, bib 553.
In the start is one of our local racers, bib 579, Santana Carranza, senior from La Crosse Central. Clearing the head wall is Grace Repsch from Middleton. Oh, the Middleton people have a great cowbell. It's huge and loud.
Here comes Grace. Pushing hard towards the finish line on a gorgeous day here at Mount Lacrosse. Bib 553 crosses at 59.69. 59.69. On course now from Central, a senior, Santana Carranza, also had a top 10 finish in the GS last year. Santana could be a contender here today. Let's keep our eyes on her. She crosses over the head wall. On course now, this is Santana Carranza.
In the start, we have another local racer, bib 582, Tennyson Makepeace, She's a sophomore from Aquinas, racing as an individual. We're looking at Santana Carranza making her way toward the finish. Here she comes. Make some noise for Santana Carranza. And Santana finishes with a 58.08. 58.08.
Tennyson Makepeace on course. I remember watching Tennyson as a little kid out here learning how to snowboard. She was the tiniest little thing ever. Ripping down the course now as a sophomore from representing Aquinas. Tennyson Makepeace.
And in the start, we have 587, Sydney Sarkauskas, freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
Got the home court advantage here at her home hill, Mount Lacrosse. And crossing the finish line at 58.08, Tennyson Makepeace.
In the start, or on course now, is 587, Sydney Sarkauskas, freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines. She'll be followed by bib 563, Ava Colias, senior from Waukesha.
Sydney making her way down the course now. Freshman this year. We'll be hearing more from her, I'm sure, as the years go on. Always fun to watch the freshmen come up and make this happen over the next 3 or 4 years. We're watching Sydney Sarkauskas, Rhinelander Northland Pines, across the line, 1.02.71.
Now on course is bib number 563, Ava Colias, a senior from Waukesha. She'll be followed by another senior, bib 571, Macy Rogan from Wanakee. At the head wall is Ava Colias. Ava doing a nice job here, approaching the finish here. Ava's time is a 55.73. 55.73.
On course now, bib 571, Mason Rohan, just coming across the head wall. Macy is from Wanakee, is a senior this year.
There's Macy clearing the head wall. She will be our final racer in seed number 3. In the start, we have bib 559, Sydney Quebecus, junior from Slinger.
Starting to see just a little bit of chatter in some of those corners now as we've had a few racers come through the course, so starting to see a little chatter on those inside corners. Crossing the line from Wanakee, Macy Rogan at 1.01.83.
Now on course, bib 559, Sydney Quebecus from Slinger.
Sydney will be followed by Eva Lucas, senior from West Bend.
Here she comes, bib 559, Sydney Quebecus to the finish. Sydney's time is a 51.36, 51.36.
On course now, Eva Lucas, senior from West Bend. Eva will be followed by Riley Landsberg, freshman from Middleton. Eva's out on the front of the course.
In the start again is 551, Riley Landsberg, a freshman from Middleton. And we are in the 4th seed of the girls' GF. Here comes Eva Lucas to the finish. Eva's time is a 54.32, 54.32.
On course now and just coming across the head wall, bib 551. This is Riley Landsberg.
In the start, we have 568, Elizabeth Hofall, a junior from Waukesha. We're hearing the cowbell again.
Here's the Middleton fans cheering Riley on. And across the line, Riley comes at 57.3. 57.3 for Riley Landsberg.
On course 568, Elizabeth Hofall clearing the head wall nicely. And in the start is 569, Peyton Melee from Wanakee.
with making nice work of the bottom part of this course here. Staying hard on her line. Doing a nice job coming into the last few gates. Elizabeth crosses the line at 50.84 for a 10th, unofficially 10th position.
Now on course is bib 569. Peyton Malley from Wanakee, a senior from Wanakee, so this is her final GS race at the state meet.
She's rounding out seed number 4. Leading off the first quarter in seed 5 will be Kate Williams from Middleton. Loop there. Back up and going.
Yep, Peyton wants to get a finish for her Wanakee team here. Bib 569, Peyton Maley, senior from Wanakee, approaching the finish. Peyton's time is a 1.08.32, 1.08.32.
On course now, leading off seed number 5, a junior from Middleton, Kate Williams, just crossing into the headwall area. Kate will be followed by Delaney Braun, a senior from Slinger. Kate Williams on course.
There's that Middleton cowbell again. Kind of firing up the crowd here. Here's Kate Williams on course.
Kate Williams staying on top of the course as she comes across the finish line at 1.02.55 for Kate Williams. On course now from Slinger, Delaney Braun. She's a senior this year.
In the start is 578, Addison Turasek, a freshman from West Bend.
Of course, now out in front of us, bib 557, Delaney Braun. He's pulling some nice corners there, some good G-force as she comes across the line. Delaney finishes up unofficially in 6th at 49.53. 49, good run for Delaney Braun.
Now on course is bib 578, Addison Turasek, a freshman from West Bend. And then following her will be 565, Danica Jones, a sophomore from Waukesha. We're wrapping up our 5th seed of the girls' GS.
Approaching the headwall area, this is Addison Turacek, freshman from West Bend. I think I would need that blue paint, Amy, if it were me. I would need to know where to go. There's a lot of blue and red out there. I don't know if I could make those decisions that quick.
I would need more than the blue paint to get down this course. It looks make the borders make it look so easy, but it's pretty.
Make it look easy.
It's steep up there, really steep. Addison Turacek doing a nice job here. First state meet from West Bend. Here she comes, Addison Turacek, finishing with a time of 1.06.81, 1:06.81.
And this is Danica Jones, a sophomore from Waukesha, bib 565. You know, the name Danica just kind of goes hand in hand with fast. Danica,
Patrick.
Yeah, is a big car racer, so you bet. When I hear the word Danica, I think we're going to go fast. Looks like Danica Jones is doing her best to go fast down this course. Presenting Waukesha.
Our next racer is also from Waukesha, bib 567, Molly Murin, senior. Here comes Danica to the finish. Her time is a 52.08, 52.08. Now on course, bib 567, Molly Murin, senior from Waukesha. We are in the 6th seed of the girls' GS.
Molly Murrin making her way down the front of this course. Really nice course this year. I think these guys are having fun with this. And as Amy mentioned earlier, immediately following the girls' GS, we're going to have the boys get set to go. We're watching Molly Murrin from Waukesha come through the finish area. Molly crosses the line, 1:02.85 for Molly Murrin. On course now, Callie Wire, a senior from Slinger.
Following Callie will be bib 5:54, Sophia Walker, a sophomore from Middleton. We're looking at Callie WIARA making her way through this course. We are in our final seed of the girls' GS.
And here comes Callie across the finish line. Callie's time 52.23.
Now on course bib 5:54, Sophia Walker from Middleton. And wrapping it up will be 5:76, Alexis Rethel from West Bend. Just at the head wall, we're looking at Sophia Walker, a sophomore from Middleton. And cheering her on, we have some Middleton fans. Here comes Sophia Walker making her way to the finish. And Sophia's time is a 1.05.23. 1:05.23.
Next up, bib 576, Alexis Ruffel from West Bend. She's a sophomore this year. Rounding out our 6th seed.
And there's Alexis at the head wall.
Unofficially, our top 3 women's GS boarders: Olivia Strupp in first, Chloe Larson in second, and Emma Smith in third. Please check the Jumbotron as this race finishes up here. We'll have some official results there posted shortly.
And here comes bib number 576, Alexis Rethel from West Bend finishing. Alexis's time is a 59.27. 59.27.
Rounding out the next couple of finishers here, again, Chloe Rummel in fourth, Gaby Hagemeyer in fifth, and Delaney Braun unofficially in sixth place. Again, these will all be posted up on the Jumbotron here as we get this course prepared to lead off with our boys' giant slalom.
We want to take a moment to recognize our course workers. Thank you so much for all the work that you do to help make this race go very smoothly. So again, thanks to our course workers, all of our gate judges, all of our referees, all of our timing people. And we couldn't make this happen without all of the great volunteers here at Mount Lacrosse. And thanks again to Steve Davis for being out here taking some awesome photos. You can go to Aperture by Steve Davis and check his website out for so many beautiful pictures. It'll be hard to choose what you want. So take a look at that, Aperture by Steve Davis. We will continue with the boys' GS in just a moment.
We are inching closer and closer to the start of our boys GS run here today, boys snowboard GS. We're going to run some forerunners down the course as soon as things are prepped and ready. The boys will be running the exact same course that the ladies did. It's been flipped and prepped a bit, and so we'll be starting the boys giant slalom shortly with some forerunners. We are starting this without a forerunner. It appears that we have our first racer, Noah Stanky, bib 531 on course. He's a junior from Waukesha. No forerunners for the boys. We're just going to jump right in with Noah Stanky. Noah will be followed by 401 Bodie Calloway. On course now, Noah Stanky from Waukesha.
And Noah Steinke is doing a great job on this course. Bib number 531, our first boy GS racer from Waukesha. And he finishes with a time of 47.11. 47.11. Next up is 401 Bodie Calloway from the Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem team.
Let's make a little noise for Bodie Calloway here, local fans. Bodie's a sophomore this year, second trip, and he is making that thing smoke. Bodie Calloway from AOWS crosses the finish line, 37.9, 37.9 for Bodie Calloway.
A great run from Bodie. Our next racer is 543, Johnny Mundell, a junior from West Bend. We have did not start with 546, Quinn Godfrey is the DNS.
Johnny Mundell on course on our Thunderation course. He was a top 5 finisher in the GS last year. He's a junior from West Bend.
In the start is 506, Connor Scrum, sophomore from Southern Conference Co-op. At the head wall is Johnny Mundell.
He looks like he's putting a nice run together. Staying tight to those gates on his hillside turns, really wrapping down through this course here. Let's make some noise as Johnny really is putting a nice run together here. Johnny Mundell from West Bend crosses the finish line, 43.15, unofficially second position. On course now, bib 506, Connor Scrum. He's a sophomore from the Southern Conference Co-op. Connor will be followed by Luke Koch from Logan Central.
At the head wall is Connor Scrum, a sophomore from Southern Conference Co-op. We are in the first seed of the boys GS.
Connor's putting a nice run together here as well for the Southern Conference Co-op. A little bit of a slip there. Let's see if he can bounce it back up and around. Keep that team score headed in his direction. But around the blue gate, Connor goes.
Having a little trouble, but he's going to finish. Let's hear it for bib 506, Connor Scrum finishing up.
Coming in smoking right behind him is Luke Koch. He's a junior from Logan Central. Luke heading for the finish line, and Luke finishes. We're going to get his time in just a second. Luke had a top 10 finish last year. Luke is at 40.12, unofficially in second position.
Now on course, we have bib number 429, Owen Rapenshek, a sophomore from Rhinelander, Northland Pines.
Owen will be followed by Jack Bullis from Slinger. On course now, and out in front of you is Owen Rapenshek.
Having a little bit of trouble. They're being pretty aggressive up there, but he's going to get back on track here. Going to need a little gate repair there, panel repair. This is 429, Owen Rapenshek on course.
Owen had a little more trouble again. A deep part of the course here, but he's still heading towards the finish line.
Here he comes, Owen Rapenshek finishing the time of 1.06.73. 1:06.73. Our next racer is bib 508, Jack Bullis, the junior from Slinger. We have a slight pause before our next racer. Still in the first seed of the boys giant slalom. Remember, following the boys GS, we'll have time for slalom inspection, and then we'll start with the girls slalom, followed by the boys slalom, and then we'll have awards. So stick around for the awards that will follow the boys slalom.
We're a long way from having all of the results, but all of the top 5 finishers are able to go into the booth where the clothing is and order a top 5 finisher jacket and hat combination. So as the day progresses, for a top 5 finisher, head on in and order a special jacket hat combination.
Yeah, I was in there earlier. It's in the boardroom, right as you walk into the chalet to your right, and there's some jackets you can even try on and see what might work for you if you qualify for the next level.
Slight delay for some gate repair, but things are getting back underway here shortly with our next racer, bib 508, Jack Bullis. Jack is on course. Jack Bullis is a junior from Slinger.
And Jack will be followed by Jackson St. Antoine, a junior from Hartford.
GS race here, a little wider turns than the slalom race that's coming up later. A little wider, a little faster, big turns as they come across that head wall. We're watching Jack Bullis here out on the front of our course. Jack looks like putting together a pretty nice run. Really aggressively attacking those panels there. Staying nice and tight to the flag. Moving nicely from heel side to toe side. Jack Bullis crosses the line at 42.47. 42.47.
And Jack lost something on the course, but there's Marcy Iverson to the rescue. Thanks, Marcy. Our next racer is on course bib 408, Jackson St. Antoine, a junior from Hartford.
Jackson had a little skid out there, but he's back on course. Jackson will be followed by Gus Balasubarabian from Middleton.
Nice job, Rich. Here comes Jackson St. Antoine to the finish. His time is a 44.53. 44.53. Now on course, probably the toughest name to say, Gus Balasubramanian. Oh, a senior from Middleton at the head wall.
We each get one turn at that one. Then we're going to leave it alone and call him Gus.
Oh,
And Gus has a little slide out there. They're kind of having some of that same trouble on that head wall. The speed really gets up as they come across those last couple turns off the head wall. But Gus recovers nicely for Middleton. Again, trying to grab some of those team points for Middleton. Gus is going to bring a time home. Another little skid out there for Gus.
and Gus is back on course. Here's Gus finishing up with a time of 1.01.20, 1.01.20. And we have a slight pause here. Marcy is going to get the panel fixed after this racer goes through. This is Zachary King, a junior from Wanakee, on course. Here comes Zachary King, a junior from Wanakee, making his way through the course. And we're going to have an insert here for our next racer. It'll be 546 Quinn Godfrey from Ashwa Bay. Zachary King finishes with a 58.90, 58.90. Now on course, bib 546 Quinn Godfrey, senior from Ashwa Bay. Having a little bit of trouble over the head wall. And he's back on course. And unfortunately, it looks like Quinn Godfrey is a DNF. Did not finish. But that's okay. You got one race left. We still have the slalom left. And we're ready to begin our second seed. Our first racer will be 548, Ethan Thomas, a junior from Rice Lake.
Ethan will be followed in the gate by Milo Graffin, a junior from the Southern Conference Co-op. Doing some course maintenance, course slipping right now. Again, thanks to all those volunteers. If you see them in the chalet wearing a yellow vest, be sure you shout out a little thank you to them. Couldn't do it without them. This entire event is built on volunteers, and we sure do appreciate all of their help.
Definitely. We appreciate all of our volunteers, all of our sponsors, and we couldn't do it without everybody's help and commitment to this. We want to thank our Chief of Race for snowboarding, Nick Bennett, and Chief of Race for tomorrow and Monday, Steve Mickelson. Our race administrators, Kathy Price and Kelly Soderbach, have done a great job doing a lot of organizing for these 3 days. Our technical delegate, Marcy Iverson, who is also doing some course crew here, course maintenance. We also want to thank Mount Lacrosse, of course, our owner, Will Mathey. We want to thank Darcy Bridle, President, Jason Barney, Vice President, Jenna Shams, our Administrator Assistant, and Bill Patza, Race Coordinator. So we have a lot of people to thank for this, and we will continue to thank them throughout today, tomorrow, and Monday. A big shout out to the timing crew, Leo Dunleavy and Ed Overholt, doing a great job today. And we'll continue with racing as soon as we're ready.
On course now from Rice Lake, he's a junior wearing bib 548. Ethan Thomas is leading us off for the number 2 seed. Ethan will be followed by Milo Graffin, junior from the Southern Conference Co-op. Ethan making his way down our Thunderation run across the rock wall, coming to the head wall here. A little transition in the course from a little flatter pitch to a much steeper pitch as they come into this bottom section of the course. Out front is Ethan Thomas. Has nice control and command of that board. They're doing a nice job staying tight to the gate. Ethan crosses the line at 51.75. 51.75, unofficially in 7th position for Ethan Thomas.
Our next racer is 431 Milo Graffin, a junior from Southern Conference Co-op. And he will be followed by 545 Gavin Schaubel, a freshman from West Bend. And just out of the gate is Milo Graffin. Approaching the head wall is bib 431 Milo Graffin. In the start, we have bib 545 Gavin Schaubel.
Junior this year, Southern Conference Co-op. Well, staying committed to the mission here as he heads towards the finish line. Milo Graffin's time, 54.76. Officially puts Milo in the 8th position today.
Our next racer is 545 Gavin Schaubel, a freshman from West Bend, clearing the head wall. In the start is 409 Hunter Wenzel, a senior from Hartford. Here comes Gavin Schaubel approaching the finish. And Gavin's time is a 45.96, 45.96.
It's time for Gavin there, unofficially puts him in 6th position. On course now, Hunter Wenzel, bib 409. Hunter just out of a top 10 finish last year, finished in 11th position in the DS race. Again, a senior from Hartford. This is Hunter Wenzel with a little slip out there.
Yep, he's back on course.
We're back on course. Get that board turned around. Another little loop there for Hunter. Looks like he'll be back up to the right gate here.
And in the start is 514 Chris DeCourt, a junior from Waukesha.
Court is actually on course right behind us here.
Hopefully we will have Hunter Wenzel finish up.
That's 409 Hunter Wenzel first, and coming right in behind him here is Chris DeCourt.
Hunter's time is a 1.16.79, 11679, and Chris DeCourt's time is a 49.69.
Chris put a nice run together, puts him unofficially in 8th position. On course now is Charlie King. Charlie's a junior from Wanakee.
Charlie is approaching the head wall.
Charlie be followed by Mac Durkee, senior from Rhinelander Northland Pine. Charlie out in front of us now from Wanakee.
Here comes 534, making his way through these gates, Charlie King. And Charlie's time is a 53.59, 53.59.
Officially puts him in the 10th position. Right behind Charlie is Mac Durkee from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Mac will be followed by Jack Hom from Luther.
All right, the Rhinelander fans
are here.
They have arrived. This is Mac Durkee, a senior from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
Max is putting a nice line together here. Max is a tall guy. Let's see how he does as he comes across the line, unofficially in 8th position, 48.33.
Our next racer is bib 547, Jack Hom, a senior from Luther.
Jack will be followed by Logan Boland, junior from Logan Central.
And it looks like had a little gate repair at the top before our next racer can come down.
On course now is Jack Hom. He's a senior from Luther.
And Jack doing a nice job at the top part of the course, approaching the head wall. And Jack Hom putting together a nice race here at 5:47, a senior from Luther.
Home court advantage here for Jack. Jack approaches the finish line. Let's see what he does. 46.19, unofficially 7th position for Jack Hom.
On course now, another local racer, bib 412, Logan Boland, a junior from La Crosse Central Logan.
Logan will be followed by Luke Schmidt from Slinger. In front of us, we have Logan Boland. Logan looks like he's putting a nice run together. A little chatter there, but he comes through it nicely. Knows what to expect. Logan comes across the line, 45.91, unofficially in the 6th position.
Our next racer is bib 511, Luke Schmidt, a junior from Slinger. We're approaching the end of our second seed of the boys' GS.
Luke will be followed by Jacob Mighty, AOWS, minus Alaska West Salem.
Here comes Luke Schmidt approaching the finish here. And Luke's time is a 42.88. 42.88.
Officially 4th position for Luke. You could tell that run was setting up nicely on the bottom half here. This is Jacob Mighty. He's a junior, local guy, AOWS, bib 403.
And wrapping up the second seed will be bib 423, Matthew Whalen, a senior from Middleton.
Jacob had a little bit of a slide out there, but he recovered and got back on course.
And here he comes, bib 403, Jacob Mighty, approaching the finish. Jacob's time is a 53.24, 53.24.
Rounding out seat number 2, bib 423 from Middleton, Matthew Whalen is on course. Matthew representing Middleton is in his senior year here, last GS run of his career. High school career, that is. Doing a little pump for the finish. Matthew comes across at 51.26.
And thank you to the Middleton fans for the cowbell. Makes it a fun atmosphere. Here at the head wall is bib 400, Will Bakastoon, sophomore from Finance on Alaska West Salem.
Will be followed by another local fellow, Sam Lowen from Logan Central. Will's putting a nice run together. Oh, little chatter there, just as I said it. Chatter and a little drop.
But he bounced right back.
Bounced
Here
back
comes
up. He really had a nice run going into that little oop there.
But he's going to finish. Will Bakastoon's time is the 52.96, 52.96. Now on course bib 417, Sam Lown, a senior from La Crosse Central Logan.
Sam will be followed by Braden Conwell from Middleton.
And we're looking at Sam Lown approach the head wall. We are at the beginning of our third seed of the boys' GS. We're watching senior Sam Lown make his way toward the finish. In the start is bib 420, Braden Conwell, senior from Middleton. Here comes Sam to the finish. Sam Lown's time is a 1.01.63. 1:01.63.
Bib 420, Braden Conwell on course now out in front of us. Had a little slide there, got around the gate.
In the start, we'll have bib 407, Caleb St. Antoine, junior from Hartford.
Braden Conwell coming at the finish line here from Middleton. Last couple gates before Braden crosses the line. Braden finishes at 55.79. On course now, Caleb St. Antoine from Hartford. Caleb will be followed by Sam Anderson from Wanakee. Caleb St. Antoine out in front of us.
Caleb's doing a great job here, making his way to the finish.
Good time. Caleb comes across 45.24 for 7th position unofficially.
Nice job, Caleb. Our next racer is bib number 532, Samuel Anderson, sophomore from Wanakee. And there's Samuel approaching the head wall.
Sam's going to be followed by Braden Wiedmeyer from Slinger. Tell this course is getting a little rougher, folks. We're having a few little spin outs and slide outs on some of those steep gates up there. All in all, doing a great job getting through this course. Again, that transition goes from a little bit less steep approach to a real steep approach here at the head wall. On course is Samuel Anderson, heading for the finish line. His time, 53.75. 53.75.
Our next racer is bib 513, Braden Wiedmeyer, a senior from Slinger. There he is, clearing the head wall. In the start, we have bib 427, Reese Frisk, a senior from Rhinelander Northern Pine.
Braden Wiedmeyer out in front of us. Another tall snowboarder.
There he is, Braden Wiedmeyer, finishing with a 48.29, 48.29. On course 427, Reese Frisk from Rhinelander Northern Pine.
Thinking there's a couple of basketball coaches came on a team versus a snowboard team.
Probably, but he's a boarder. We're looking at Reese Frisk on course. In the start will be 540, Gavin Bayer, a senior from West Bend.
Senior this year from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
And here he comes, bib 427, Reese Frisk to the finish. Reese's time is a 58.35, 58.35.
Just really hammering around the head wall. Next up is Gavin Bayer. Really came smoking across that head wall. Even had to check off a little speed as he came through that first gate. He looks like he's putting together a pretty nice run here. Let's keep our eyes on Gavin. He's a senior this year. Got to go for broke here. It's the last one, last GS race. He is putting down a nice run. Let's see how this one comes in. Gavin Bayer crosses at 48.74. 48.74 for
nice
Gavin
job,
Bayer.
Gavin. Our next racer is 433, Evan Mathwig, a junior from Southern Conference Co-op. We're approaching the end of our third seed of the Giant Slalom.
Evan's going to be followed by Ethan Gartsky from Waukesha.
At the head wall, we have Evan Mathwig from Southern Conference Co-op.
Evan's our 32nd racer here, so can see a little bit of a change in the course. We had the ladies all run through this course first. Starting to see a little bit of chatter, but the guys are handling it really quite well. Course is holding up really nicely considering. And heading for the finish line, Evan Mathwig's time is 56.75.
Our final racer in our third seed is 516, Ethan Gartsky, a senior from Waukesha, and he is at the head wall. Starting out our fourth seed, it will be bib 410, Mason Weimer from Hartford. But here we are looking at Ethan Gartsky making his way toward the finish. A senior from Waukesha. Ethan's time is a 50.04, 50.04. That's the conclusion of our third seed for the boys GS. Looks like we're going to have a little quick flip on the course, and then we'll start our fourth seed. Another quick shout out to our sponsors. We couldn't do this meet without all of your help. So thank you to all of our sponsors who help make this state meet happen. All of our great sponsors are in the program that you can buy for $5 inside. Program has all the teams and a lot of good information for you. We want to thank Gerhard Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store, Matthew Construction, First Supply, Mitsubishi Electric, Garland Power Cooperative, Gustav A. Larson, Acre Properties, Quick Trip, Fowler and Hammer, Badger Corrugating, SOL Alpine, Pellinger Electric, American Family Insurance, More Smiles Family Dentistry, Marine Professionals, Brennan, and we want to thank Trust Point, Melgus Real Estate, Potato King, and the Midwest High School Ski Conference, Mount Lacrosse, and the Nagy Alpine Growth Scholarship. So thank you, and explorelacrosse.com. Thank you so much to all of the sponsors. Our next racer, here we go, is bib 410, Mason Weimer. We did not start with 404, Diego Niera is DNS. So here comes 410, Mason Weimer, a sophomore from Hartford. We're looking at Mason Weimer at the head wall. He'll be followed by bib 536, Alex Mickelson, a freshman from Waunakee.
Weimer approaching the main part of the course here. Putting together a pretty nice run, very consistent, staying tight to the gate.
Here he comes, Mason Weimer to the finish. Mason's time is a 45.70, 45.70. Puts him in an unofficial 8th place. Nice job, Mason. Our next racer is 536, Alex Mickelson from Waunakee.
Alex is a freshman this year. So first trip to the state snowboard championship. He'll be followed by Pierce Reiner from West Bend.
And here comes Alex Mickelson, a freshman from Waunakee, approaching the head wall. In the start, as Rich said, bib 544, Pierce Reiner, West Bend. Another quick reminder that you can purchase state apparel inside the chalet in the boardroom. Lots of cool swag, sweatshirts, long sleeve tees, flannel pants. We have hoodies, we have crew necks, we have it all. So check out the state apparel. All the proceeds go to making this meet happen. That was Alex Mickelson finishing with a 1.02.25. 1.02.25.
On course now, we have Pierce Reiner, senior from West Bend. Pierce had a little slip there, but he's getting back on course. Pierce will be followed by Lars Wuben, sophomore from Middleton. We're watching Pierce Reiner, senior from West Bend. They do a little practicing at Little Switzerland. Across the line he goes, Pierce Reiner, 55.36.
Our next racer is 424, Lars Wuben, a sophomore from Middleton. There he is at the head wall. He'll be followed by bib 426, Brady Fritz, senior from Rhinelander Northern Pine. There's that Middleton cowbell and great fans from Middleton cheering on Lars.
That little slide out there, but he's going to get up around the panel and get going again. Another reminder, awards immediately following the last event today. Lars crosses the line at 1.00.76. On course now, Brady Frisk from Rhinelander Northland Pine. Brady will be followed by London Kastner, Southern Comfort Co-op.
Making his way through this course is 426, Brady Frisk.
I mentioned earlier, awards immediately following the last event today after the slalom, boys slalom later today, down at the base chalet. And across the finish line, Brady Frisk finishes at 57.33. 57.33.
Our next racer is 432, London Kastner. a junior from the Southern Conference Co-op, and he'll be followed by 509, Joe Hefter, a junior from Slinger.
Comes London.
And London Kastner is doing a nice job making his way through this course. We are in our fourth seed of the boys GF. There he is, London Kastner, finishing with a 57.20, 57.0. At the head wall is bib number 509, Joe Hefter, a junior from Slinger.
Joe will be followed by 515, Ben Engel, senior from Waukesha. Joe had a little oops on that panel. He's going back up and around to get the right configuration, make sure he clears that gate. Joe Hefter on course after a little tiny oops up there that he recovered nicely from. Joe finishes at 52.27. On course now, Ben Engel, bib 515, a senior from Waukesha.
And following Ben will be bib number 413, Charles Head, a freshman from the Lacrosse Logan Central team. And Charles will wrap up the fourth seed.
Officially in the number one spot, Bodie Calloway, 37.90, followed by Luke Koch, Logan Central, 40.12. In third position, Jack Bullock, Slinger, Wisconsin, 42.47.
And Ben Engel having a little bit of trouble on the top part of the course, but he's back on track, approaching the head wall.
Comes Ben across the head wall. Ben's going to be followed by Charles Head, freshman from Logan Central. Little slide out for Ben, but he's recovered nicely. What's happening here mostly today, Amy, is a little slide out. We're not really seeing them go all the way to a full crash, but kind of losing a little traction on that steep.
I'd rather see a slide out than a crash.
That's for sure.
It's going well. And we're looking at Ben Engel, a senior from Waukesha, making his way toward the finish. And Ben's time is a 1.37.80, 1.37.80. That wraps up our fourth seed. Starting out the fifth seed will be bib 507, Gavin Braun, a sophomore from Slinger. Pardon me, we have bib 413, Charles Head, just left the start. He's a freshman from Lacrosse Logan Central. He will finish, he'll be the last racer in our fourth seed, pardon me. So Charles Head, his first GS race, freshman from Lacrosse Logan Central.
Charles doing a nice job making his way down this course. Again, has the hometown advantage here. He's been on this run a few times in his day. Charles a freshman this year, so first state meet jitters hopefully out of the way at this point. Charles crosses the line at 109.9, 109.
That wraps up our fourth seed. Starting off the fifth, we have Gavin Braun making his way through the course. He's cleared the head wall nicely, and here he comes toward the finish.
Gavin's going to be followed by Trevin Rapley from Rhinelander Northland Pines, but we've got eyes on Gavin Braun heading to the finish line. Bib 507 finishes in 52.75.
Approaching the head wall is our next racer, 428, Trevin Rapley, a senior from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
Trevin's going to be followed by Sam Reynolds, freshman from the Southern Conference Co-op. Trevin putting some lefts and rights together up there, doing a nice job with this course.
Looks like the sun is trying to peek through a little bit here, Rich. That'd be nice. Here comes Trevin Rapley finishing up. Trevin's time is a 1.01.02. 1:01:02.
Following Trevin is Sam Reynolds. Sam is in bib 434. He's a freshman with Southern Conference Co-op. He's on course now, just approaching the head wall. Sam's going to be followed by Doug Watson, another freshman from Middleton.
And we're looking at Sam Reynolds at 4:34 on court. Here comes the sun. I love it. Here's Sam Reynolds finishing. His time is a 1:05.78, 1.05.78 for Sam. Our next racer is 4:22, Doug Watson, a freshman from Middleton.
Doug's going to be followed by Brett Jungman from Logan Central. Youngman. We're watching Doug Watson complete the bottom portion of this course. Doug's a freshman from Middleton, charging for the bottom in bib 422. Doug's time 57.74.
So far, I think I would give Middleton the Best Fans Award so far.
So far,
All
but
right.
where are those Rhinelander guys?
Oh,
Rhinelander,
yeah.
Northland Pines. They're usually pretty noisy.
And we're watching 4:14, Brett Youngman from Lacrosse, Logan Central. And he's having a little trouble by that blue gate. But he'll hike up around that and get back on court.
Panel repair there. Brett Youngman from Logan Central after a little recovery there.
In the start, we have bib 533, Cole Gasco, sophomore from Wanakee. And we're hearing some cowbell for Brett Youngman as he approaches the finish area. Right, he recovers and gets the time of 1.15.24. 1.15.24. Our next racer is 533, Cole Gasco from Wanakee.
Cole will be followed by Brady Guth from West Bend. On course, just heading out, is Cole Gasco.
And we're about a little bit over halfway through our fifth seed of the boys GS. We have one more seed, and then we'll continue racing with the slalom. And again, a reminder that we will do awards after the boys slalom race. We'll need a few minutes to get it organized, but then we'll meet over by the log house in the awards area where the WIARA setup is. It'll be awesome. So please stick around for our awards. We're looking at Cole Gasco from Wanakee on court. Here comes Cole to the finish, bib 533. Cole's time is 1.03.91. 1.03.91. Another quick reminder that if you want to purchase a run order, you can pick up a program. The programs have the team pictures and they have the run order, so you could purchase for $5. Goes to a good cause. That was Brady Guth finishing with a 50.66, 50.66. So you can get your program inside in the boardroom. $5, great investment. Get all the run orders.
On the head wall now, out in front of us is Patrick Lotka from Waukesha. Patrick the junior this year at 518.
Our next racer will be 402, Carter Fortune, a sophomore from the Finance on Alaska West Salem team.
Lotka charging for the finish line, and Patrick crosses at 50.51. 50.51. On course now, Carter Fortune from AOWS. Carter will be followed by Landon Engbertson from Hartford. Rounding out our fifth seed here with the last couple of racers. Out in front of us now, bib 402, Carter Fortune.
In the start, bib 406, Landon Engebretson from Hartford.
Home course here. AOWS. Field of racers this year.
We have 62 boy racers, and we have 40 female racers.
And crossing the line for AOWS is Carter Fortune with 106.43. On course now, Landon Egbertson. Rounding out seat number 5, Landon comes ripping down the front side of this course. He'll be followed by Alex Schneeberger from Slinger.
Landon had really fast run going, ran into the blue gate, but he's back on track now, looking for a finish. Here he comes, Landon Engebretson finishing. The time of 59.28, 59.28.
On course now, Alex Schneeberger, a senior from Slinger, bib 512. Alex will be followed by Greg Nicholson from Wanakee.
We are in our sixth and final seed of the boys GF. We're looking at bib 512, Alex Schneeberger, a senior from Slinger, make his way towards finish.
And Alex comes across the line at 49.56, 49.56, Alex Schneeberger. A quick delay for a panel repair here. Again to our volunteer course workers. Couldn't do it without you.
And another shout out, thank you to all of our racers, racer families, everybody watching online. We really appreciate everybody's help. All the coaches, thank you for all that you do for our athletes. We're looking at 537, Gregory Nicholson, a junior from Wanakee, on court. And Gregory will be followed by bib 539, Andrew Barker, a senior from West Bend. We're watching Greg Nicholson on court.
Greg had a little slide out there, but he got recovered nicely, and Greg Nicholson crosses at 106.63. Andrew Barker on course now. Andrew is a senior from West Bend.
And in the start, we have bib 419, Theodore Clay, a sophomore from Middleton. Comes Andrew Barker toward the finish. And Andrew finishes with a time of 54.49, 54.49.
Bib 419 just coming into view now. Theodore Clay comes into the head wall. Theodore's from Middleton. He'll be followed by Dominic Freiling from Logan Central.
We're watching as Theodore Clay makes his way through these final gates. A sophomore from Middleton. And Theodore's time is a 1.01.20. 1:01.20. Now on course. We are pretty sure that we have Gavin Albrecht, bib 405, a sophomore from Hartford. We have a did not start with 416, Dominic Freiling. Here's Gavin Albrecht on course.
Gavin will be followed by Evan Sievright from Rhinelander Northland Pine.
And Gavin was having a really good run, cut that red gate a little tight. And unfortunately, 405, that did not finish. 405 is the did not. Our next racer is bib 430, Evan Sievright, senior from Rhinelander Northern Pine.
Looks also like bib 435, Mark Ross, that did not start. So on course should be coming up 517 Ben Johnston from Waukesha.
And we're watching bib 430, Evan Sievewright, a senior from Rhinelander Northern Pines, as he approaches the finish. Seems a little frustrated, but he finished. Evan's time is a 1.14.91. 1.14.91.
On course 517 Ben Johnston. He's a freshman from Waukesha as he's on the head wall and approaching the final portion of the course here. Rounding out our 6th seed here, bib 517 Ben Johnston, a freshman.
Here he comes, our final racer for the GS, Ben Johnston from Waukesha. And Ben finishes with a time of 59.67, 59.67.
That's it for our boys' giant slalom snowboard race. Unofficially, our in-progress standings put Bodie Calloway in the number 1 position at 37.9, followed by Luke Koch, who had 40.12 at Logan Central. Jack Bullis from Slinger in position 3 at 42.47, followed by Luke Schmidt from Slinger at 42.88. Rounding off the 5th position, Johnny Mundell from West Bend, 43.15. Unofficial results at this point. Keep your eye on the Jumbotron as things change, and we're starting to begin to gather some team scores as well. So a great day of racing here. Let's get ready to watch our girls slalom snowboarders coming up as we reset the course and get ready to go here shortly.
Life is so grand, throw up your hands. Never slow down, never sit still. Life is so grand, throw up your hands. Never slow down, never sit still. You can dance, you can spin, you can dance, 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 dance. Lovin', 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 all of the day. Lovin', 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 all of the way. Shakin', shakin', shakin' to the beat. Wiggle, 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 both of your feet.
Congratulations and good luck to all the athletes this weekend at state.
Thank you, coaches WIARA and Mount Lacrosse, for making state a memorable event.
Ski Fest!
It's great working with Larson Company because I feel like they're a part of our team.
First name basis.
This week I called David Gregory.
I talked to the CSR Crystal in Green Bay.
Mike in Appleton. Every time we need him, he's there.
Down to the tech support, sales, it's an excellent experience.
I call Bob, sometimes Bob Miller, and just ask questions about stuff I'm running into. And that's been really refreshing too, having someone to call to just bounce stuff off of. And they always have time.
The camaraderie and the friendship I've developed over the years is I guess the biggest thing that sticks out to me. It's not maybe specifically one thing, but just the overall experience. The guys that work there and gals are my friends.
Does your traditional heat pump system struggle to maintain interior comfort levels during the winter season? Is using old fuel-burning furnaces becoming far too expensive and not environmentally friendly? Mitsubishi Electric, the leader in sustainable high-performance heat pump technologies, introduces H2i and H2i+. Our revolutionary hyperheating inverter heat pump systems with H2i technology can supply 100% heating capacity in conditions cold as 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Visit us at MitsubishiComfort.com to learn more.
You know, when I think about why Larson, I think about our three uniques. It's the combination of all three uniques that makes us different. The first unique is to set a new standard.
So when we talk about setting a new standard, it's really what differentiates us in terms of being more forward-looking. Larson has always been looking to the future, more progressive.
You know, when I think about why Larson, I think about our three uniques. It's the combination of all three uniques that makes us different. The first unique is to set a new standard.
So when we talk about setting a new standard, it's really what differentiates us in terms of being more forward-looking. Larson has always been looking to the future, more progressive.
Very top of the list, Gustav Larson Company. #1 most engaged, highest scoring distributor in our entire membership of over 400 distributors around the world.
Dealing with Larson, they have that same small business feel, even though they're a large company, which makes you want to go back.
Between the guys at the counter, the salesman, tech support, I think it's just an excellent experience working with Larson Company.
Our second unique is to make it easy.
I think what really separates Larson is its ability to want to make it easy for the customer, as well as the people that are behind the scenes invested in the stakeholders' success.
And just the simple, basic things, getting in and out of our branches quickly and easily. Even e-commerce, we talked about, that makes it easy for our customers to place orders any time of the day. They can come in, their order's ready, pick it up, and boom, they're out of the branch.
He called and I answered it and he said, "Oh, finally, you guys answer the phone 100% of the time every time I call."
So different stories all revolve around the same concept of getting the end user what they want in a timely fashion.
And then finally for us, it's personal. We ask our customers what sets us apart. They're like, "We love you guys." It's that interpersonal relationship that keeps us coming back.
You know, our customers, our regulars, I should say, they're not really customers. They kind of become more like family, like they should almost be on the payroll.
And so I call Bob, sometimes Bob Miller, and just ask questions about stuff I'm running into. And that's been really refreshing too, having someone to call to just bounce stuff off of. And they always have time, and so that's a good thing.
Just care. That's important. That I think that's the most important thing, just understanding what's happening every day in their business, understanding all the things they go through, the hard times, the good times, celebrate those too.
That's what brings us all together as one family, are those values, living them every day, and helping our customers succeed. That's what it's all about.
Hot savings from Quick Trip, or in this case, sizzling savings, because it's bacon. We're taking bacon down to $2.49. What? A 12-ounce package for $2.49? What a deal! Hear it. Smell it. Okay, focus. You do have other things on your list to get, but at every turn, you're just 6 degrees from having bacon. Oh, go for it. For everything else, we'll see you next time.
Inspiring her dreams and helping her pursue them. That's why we protect your house and your car, because we know they're the launching pad to their dreams. And now you can save up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. American Family Insurance.
We had guys on a job and had already torn equipment out that we needed it to go back in, and they sent someone from the branch and went and picked it up somewhere else and brought it out to the job and had it out there by like 11 o'clock, and we was able to get heat on for a customer. And we've never.
Bib 535 Zachary King, bib 509 Joe Hefner, bib 541 Brady Guth.
Work with anyone that's ever done anything like that.
PQs are now posted. We have 15 minutes for that protest period.
Life is so grand, throw up your hands. Never slow down, never sit still. You can dance, you can spin, you can dance, 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 dance. Lovin', 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 all of the day. Lovin', 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 all of the way. Shaking, shaking, shaking to the beat. Wiggle, 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 both of your feet.
Congratulations and good luck to all the athletes this weekend at state.
Thank you, coaches, WIARA, and Mount Lacrosse for making state a memorable event.
Ski Pass!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting close to our 3 o'clock start for the girls slalom snowboard race here this afternoon at Mount Lacrosse. Just some last minute details getting set up for this fast and furious slalom course here, set up on the White House run. So all of the girls competing in the slalom race should start moving towards the top of the course for a 3 o'clock start. Girls slalom up next with an approximate 3 p.m. start time. I'd like to take a moment to thank the directors and the steering committee of the Wisconsin Interscholastic Alpine Racing Association, the presiding officer this year, Steve Mickelson, and our conference directors for snowboard, Leo Dunleavy from the Northern Division, Bob Butler from the Southern Division, John Seipman, Paul Bullis in the Milwaukee area, and John Moore for Western Wisconsin. All members of the steering committee that helped produce this event and have been meeting throughout the year to be sure that you see and experience a very quality event here at the state high school ski and snowboard race. And the president again, Steve Mickelson, a local ski racing coach and dedicated to this sport for many, many years. So thank you to the Wisconsin Interscholastic Alpine Racing Association. And here we go with our first forerunner in the women's slalom event here this afternoon. Our first forerunner making her way down the course. This is the 40-yard dash of snowboard racing, and that this is a quick sprint to the finish. Top of the start here at White House, right down to the finish line. It's going to be a quick and fast and furious course here today. See how these forerunners do before we get to the main event. Forerunner number 2 on the course, just giving these athletes a little look at what the course looks like from the top looking down. They've all had a chance to take a look at it earlier, but taking a look at how a forerunner approaches each turn is an important part of the strategy. Conditions are changing slightly here as the afternoon wears on. We've got a great course set for these slalom competitors here today. More forerunner coming at us here. Forerunner number 3 for a total of 4 forerunners today. Boys slalom to follow immediately after the girls slalom. Our fourth and final forerunner on the course. Watch this event, you'll notice how quick the transitions have to occur from heel side to toe side. They really have to rock back and forth in between gates in order to get leveled out and get back to that finish line as quickly as possible. That was our number 4 forerunner. Our first racer of the event today in the girls slalom is bib 577, a junior from West Bend, Brianna Schaubel. On course is Brianna Schaubel from West Bend, leading us off here. Seed number 1, racer number 1 in today's slalom at the Wisconsin State Snowboard Championships.
And Brianna will be followed by bib, 566, Nicole Major, a senior from Waukesha.
And Schaubel out in front of us.
And here she comes, Brianna Schaubel to the finish. Brianna time is a 34.49, 34.49. Just out of the start, we have bib number 566, Nicole Major, senior from Waukesha, now on court.
Nicole did a nice job in slalom last year. She had a top 10 finish, came in 6th position last year at the state finals. So we'll see how she does today. We'll keep our eyes on Nicole. She's a senior this year. Last slalom race of her high school career.
In the start is 572, Sienna Whipperforth from Wanakee. Here comes Nicole Major to the finish. Nicole's time is a 30.48, 30.48.
On On course now, 572, Sienna Whipperfirth. Sienna's a sophomore from Wanakee.
And Sienna had a little problem with that red gate, but she's going to hopefully be back on track. Here she is. Our next racer would be 584, Kira Olson, a junior from Columbus.
Kira will be followed by Chloe Larson. Let's watch as Kira comes across the line. Kira finishes, Sienna finishes in 39.35. 39.35.
Now on course is bib 584, Kira Olson, also having trouble at that red gate. That's pretty steep up there. That must be a tough one to get around. In the start is 552, Chloe Larson, a senior from Middleton.
For those of you that are down here in the galley, that is a little steeper pitch than it looked like. From here, it doesn't look as steep as it actually is. Ladies have some pretty tough turns to make in that first few openers of that course.
Kira's back on track after a couple little bumps in the road here, and here she comes, Kira Olson, a junior from Columbus. And Kira Olson finishes with a time of 1.13.88. 1.13.88. Our next racer is 552, Chloe Larson, a senior from Middleton.
Chloe put in a good time last year at the state slalom finals. Chloe came in the third position last year, so she's definitely a contender here this year. Looks like she came through that difficult portion of the course pretty well. Out in front of us is Chloe Larson, bib 552 from Middleton, Wisconsin.
In the start is bib 561, Olivia Strupp from Slinger.
Chloe comes across the line, does a nice job at 30.31, unofficially puts her up in first position.
Now on course is bib 561, Olivia Strupp, a freshman from Slinger. She will be followed by 586, Chloe Rummel from DSHA.
We've got Olivia Strupp out in front of us, making some quick turns back and forth on this slalom course. Olivia crosses the finish line at 27.7, popped her into the unofficial first position.
That was a great run by Olivia Strupp, just a freshman here from Slinger. Now on course, bib 586, Chloe Rummel from Divine Savior Holy Angel. Wrapping up the first seed will be bib 580, Nicole Long from Rhinelander Northland Time.
We're doing a nice job here. She got a little wide on one of those gates, but got her line pulled back together nicely. As the course transitions here, they've got good daylight all the way down the course. Makes a huge difference when you can see what's out ahead. Chloe Rummel charges the finish line at 33.05, unofficially puts her up in the fourth position.
Now on course is bib number 580, Nicole Long, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Time.
Nicole navigates the tough part of that course and is down into the lesser steep portion here, still keeping some nice speed on. Got our Rhinelander fans making some noise.
Starting off our second seed will be bib 560, Emma Smith from Slinger.
Looking for the finish line from Rhinelander, Nicole Long closes off the run at 34.67 with a sixth position thus far.
And just out of the gate is bib 560, Emma Smith, now on course.
Emma's going to be followed by Gaby Hagemeyer from Waukesha.
And Emma's doing a great job here on this slalom course as she approaches the finish. Emma's time is a 30.53, 30.53. Now on course, 564, Gaby Hagemeyer from Waukesha. And Gaby is a senior. So this will be her last state appearance.
Gaby's going to be followed by Faith Line from Madison West. Again, comes through the tough part of that course really nicely, make really quick turns back and forth there. Getting that center of gravity where it needs to be to keep that board headed in the right direction. Gabby Hagemeyer turning in a nice run. Senior from Waukesha crosses the finish line at 33.23, puts her up in the 6th spot.
Now on course is bib 581, Faith Line, a sophomore from Madison West.
Faith had a little trouble there, but going to get up ahead of that panel and get around it. She'll be able to turn in a team time. Faith will be followed by Puck DeHoog from Middleton.
And Faith Line is back on course. And approaching the finish is bib 581, Faith Line from Madison West. Faith time is a 1.07.18. 1.07.18.
On course now is Puck DeHoog Jr. from Middleton. Bib 549. Following up behind Puck will be Francesca Anderson from West Bend.
And here we can hear the Middleton cowbells again, cheering on Puck DeHoog. Here she comes, 549, Puck DeHoog through the finish with a 38.91. 38.91. Now sorry, go ahead.
On course now is Francesca Anderson. She's a junior from West Bend, bib 573. Behind Francesca will be Peyton Oakes in the gate, freshman from Wanakee.
And again, in that same spot, they're having a little trouble. Francesca is back in action. We're about halfway through our second seed of the women's slalom.
Here our coaches are gathering up their boarders to discuss that tough part of the course there to make sure they've got some strategy for that one. Another little slip there for Francesca.
And making her way to the finish is 573, Francesca Anderson, a junior from West Bend. And Francesca's time is a 58.80, 58.80. On course is 570, Peyton Oak, the freshman from Wanakee.
Behind Peyton will be Sophia Parkinson. Got Peyton Oaks out in front of us now, a first-year competitor here at the state snowboard finals. The largest high school ski and snowboard meet in the nation, I might add. We have the most athletes and the most starts of any high school event in the nation. Right here across Wisconsin, across the finish line for Peyton Oaks, 40.1. 40.1.
Our next racer is 585, Sophia Parkinson. She is a senior from Hartford. And she is racing as an individual.
Another individual following her will be London Vanderhorst from West Salem. Sophia put together a pretty solid run here, it looks like. Really committed to those turns.
And there she is, finishing up. Sophia Parkinson's time is a 33.37. 33.37.
First trip to the state meet for London Vanderhorst on course now. She's at her home hill. Freshman this year from West Salem.
She'll be followed by bib 583, Lahela Mika, a junior from Ashwa Bay.
London doing a nice job in this course, staying really tight to those panels, making some nice turns. Uncle happens to be her coach, one of them. Let's keep an eye on London's time as she crosses the finish line at 34.63, unofficially in the 9th position. Top 10 finish there.
Now on course is 583, Lahela Mika, junior from Ashwa Bay, and she will be our final racer in seed number 2 of the girls slalom. Getting us started with seed 3 will be bib 575, Brooklyn Phillip, the freshman from West Bend. And here she comes toward the finish, Lahela Mika from Ashwa Bay. Lahela's time is a 35.52, 35.52.
Out of the gate for the first quarter in seed number 3, Brooklyn Phillips, freshman from West Bend.
And we have a local racer following her, bib 579, Santana Carranza, a senior at La Crosse Central.
Came through the top part of that course with a fair amount of ease there. Looks like she's putting a pretty nice run together. Another one of those freshmen holding their own here today. And Brooklyn Phillips comes across the line, 38.35.
And here we go with Santana Carranza just out of the gate. She'll be followed by 553, Grace Rep, a junior from Middleton. So this is Santana's final race here as a high schooler from La Crosse Central High School. And here comes Santana to the finish. Santana's time is a 38.33, 38.33. Just out of the gate, 553, Grace Rep, a junior from Middleton.
Grace had a little trouble there, a little slide out at the red gate. Grace will be followed by Elizabeth Kofal from Waukesha. Grace covered, got back up around that blue panel.
In the start is 568, Elizabeth Kofal, a junior from Waukesha. And once again, the Middleton Cowbell Choir is out cheering on Grace Rep as she approaches the final twists and turns here. And Grace Rep finishes with a 49.86, 49.86 for Grace.
On course now is Elizabeth Kofal. Elizabeth is a junior this year from Waukesha.
She'll be followed by 587, Sydney Sarkauskas, a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pine.
Just linking turns together here in the bottom part of this course. Low center of gravity. And Elizabeth crosses at 33.71, puts her in the top 10 at position number 8.
Now on course, 587, Sydney Sarkauskas from Rhinelander Northland Pine. And Rhinelander has their cowbells out too, cheering Sydney on.
Sydney will be followed by McKinley DeLong from Slinger. Sydney let's try that again. Sydney Sarkauskas. There we go.
A little tongue twister
There
there.
it is.
Sydney Sarkauskas to the finish. Her time is a 40.23, 40.23.
This is McKinley DeLong. Just had a little slide out there at the red gate. He'll get up around that blue panel to make this qualify for a team score here. McKinley DeLong being Slinger. She's going to be followed by Macy Roghan, and Macy is a senior.
We're watching McKinley DeLong from Slinger make her way toward finish.
I think that's a good name for McKinley. I think that's a real good.
It is.
So,
Mm-hmm.
across the line, McKinley comes at 47.95. 47.95, McKinley DeLong.
Now on course is 571, Macy Rohan, a senior from Wanakee. And wrapping up the third seed will be bib 582, Tennyson Makepeace, a sophomore from Aquinas. And again, our current leader unofficially is Olivia Strupp with a 27.70.
Olivia would be followed by Chloe Larson, second, and Nicole Mate, third. Officially at this point, rounding out Emma Smith, Chloe Rummel. On course now, Macy Rogan, heading towards the finish line. Macy's time, 50.1, 50.10.
Now on course, 582, Tennyson Makepeace, a sophomore from Aquinas. She is our last racer in seed number 3 of the ladies slalom. And just another reminder that the boys slalom will begin right after the girls slalom, and we will then have awards at the end of that race. Probably need a few minutes in between, but stick around for the awards. They're going to be right down here by the log house. And here comes Tennyson Makepeace toward the finish. And Tennyson finishes with a time of 42.23, 42.23.
On course now, first boarder in seed 4, Sydney Quebecus, junior from Slinger.
In the gate is 569, Peyton Maley, a senior from Wanakee. We're watching Sydney Quebecus on course. And here she comes, bib 559, Sydney Quebecus, finishing with a 33.27. 33.27, unofficially puts her in 7th place. Now on course, we have bib 569, Peyton Maley, a senior from Wanakee. In the start, we have bib 565, Danica Jones, a sophomore from Waukesha.
Bit of light change on the top of that course, a little bit dark to light happening now as the sun goes a little lower in the sky. Be a big issue, but does change the lighting a little bit for racers. Peyton Maley making her way to the bottom of the course here. From Wanakee, Peyton's time, 48.18, 48.18. On course, this is Danica Jones, a sophomore from Waukesha.
And in the start is bib 551, Riley Landsberg, a freshman from Middleton. And we're looking at Danica Jones on course.
Yeah, putting a nice run together.
Here she comes. Danica Jones finishes with a time of 35.73, 35.73. On course, 551, Riley Landsberg from Middleton.
Riley's going to be followed by Eva Lucas from West Bend. Little oops there, but she's up and around that panel again. Still shooting for a team score here for Middleton. Riley Landsberg closing out the last few turns of this solemn run. And Riley crosses the finish line at 47.7, 47.7.
Just out of the gate, bib 574, Eva Lucas from West Bend.
Eva will be our final racer in seed number 4, and leading us off in seed 5 will be Ava Colius from Waukesha. Start out.
And Eva Lucas is doing a nice job on this slalom course. She's a senior from West Bend. Bib number 574. And Eva finishes with a nice time of 34.29, 34.29. Now on course, we have bib 563, Ava Polius, a senior from Waukesha.
Behind Ava will be Kate Williams, a junior from Middleton.
And making her way toward the finish is Ava Polius, a senior from Waukesha. Bib 563, Ava finishes with a 40.31, 40.31. Now on course, 578, Addison Trusek, a freshman from West Bend. So we have to look at the number here. Yep, this is 555. This is Kate Williams from Middleton. Sorry about that, Kate. Kate's time is a 45.16. 45.16.
On course now and having just a little slip out is Addison Teresik from West Bend, the freshman. Quick little hip hop move there to get back up onto her feet after a little slide out. Keeping the end goal in mind, and that is the finish line. Addison Teresik from West Bend crosses the finish line at 53.28.
Now on course is 556, Abra Adams, a freshman from Slinger. And Abra will finish up our 5th seed of the girls' slalom. We're looking at Abra Adams from Slinger as she makes her way to the finish. And Abra Adams finishes with a 32.72, 32.72. Starting off our 6th seed, we have bib number 554, Sophia Walker, a sophomore from Middleton, having some trouble at the top part of the course, but she's back up and making her way to the next gate. She's going to be followed by 567, Molly Murin, a senior from Waukesha.
Sophia Walker out in front of us now. Molly Murren on deck. Sophomore from Middleton coming towards the finish line. Sophia Walker will turn in a time of 50.38. 50.38. On course now, Molly Murren, a senior from Waukesha.
In the start is 557, Delaney Braun, a senior from Slinger. With this, we're approaching our last few racers for the women's portion of the state meet. We're looking at Molly Murin right now, a senior from Waukesha.
Molly will be followed by Delaney Braun, Slinger. Out in the sunshine on the lower part of this course is Molly Murren. Her last state slalom race. The senior this year from Waukesha, Molly comes across the line at 43.3.
Our next racer is 557, Delaney Braun, a senior from Slinger.
Delaney will be followed by our last racer in seed 6, Alexis Rolfe.
Delaney Braun is now on course. So following the women's slalom, of course, we're going to have the men's slalom. And following that race, we will have awards. So please stick around for the awards ceremony. We're looking at Delaney Braun on course. Here she comes, bib 557, Delaney Braun. Her time, 34.39, 34.39. Our final racer for the ladies, 576, Alexis Rathel, a sophomore from West Bend, is on course. And we're looking at bib 576, Alexis Rathel or Rathel. We're not sure. We apologize if we've mispronounced your name. But here she comes, a sophomore from West Bend. Alexis's time is 44.03. 44.03.
Some unofficial standings here as the girls' slalom winds up. Olivia Strupp from Slinger, our number 1 slalom boarder, followed by Chloe Larson. In third place, Nicole Major. Fourth, Emma Smith. 5, Abra Adams. Our top 5. Please continue to check the board throughout the day as our team scores continue to accumulate. And a great slalom race here today by the girls. Following up real soon here, as soon as we get this course cleaned up just a little bit by our course workers, we'll be starting the boys' slalom competition.
And we are about ready to begin the boys slalom. Seed number 1, our first racer will be 408 Jackson St. Antoine, a junior from Hartford, in the start.
And out on course, 408, Jackson St. Antoine from Hartford, taking a hard look at this steep part of the course in the dark, and he's really charging. Jackson will be followed by Johnny Mundell, junior from West Bend.
Here he comes, bib 408. Jackson St. Antoine finishing up with a time of, we're not sure, but we'll let you know. 28.28. Jackson St. Antoine's time is a 28.28. On course right now is 5:43. Johnny Mundell, a junior from West Bend.
Johnny had a good finish in this event last year, top 10 finish. He ended up in 6th position in the slalom last year, representing West Bend. Let's see what he's got this year across the line. This is Johnny Mundell.
And we'll get you Johnny's time in just a minute. Our next racer is Quinn Godfrey, a senior from Ashwa Bay. He is on course.
Jackson St. Antoine had a time of 28.28. Johnny Mundell, 27.64.
Now we're all caught up with bib 546. Quinn Godfrey, a senior from Ashwa Bay, approaching the finish. And Quinn's time we'll let you know what Quinn's time is when we can see it. 38.88 for Quinn, 38.88. On course right now, we have bib 534, Charlie King, a junior from Wanakee.
Charlie will be followed by Noah Stanky from Waukesha. Of course, now we're watching Charlie King. Charlie comes across the line at 33.53, 33.53. Up next, on course now, is Noah Stanky, a junior from Waukesha. Noah will be followed by Luke Schmidt from Slinger.
Kind of looks like the boys learned from the girls at the top of the course. They kind of figured out what they need to do.
Absolutely, and they are wasting no time getting down to the bottom of this course. These top number 1 seeds are tearing at it pretty hard. On course, Noah Stanky from Waukesha, and Noah's time, 33.39.
Just out of the gate, 5'11", Luke Schmidt, a junior from Slinger. In the start will be 401, Bodie Calloway. We're looking at Luke Schmidt on court.
Got a nice run. And finishes at 26.25. Unofficially puts him up in the top spot with 6 racers through the course so far.
Here we have Bodie Calloway, a sophomore from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, ripping through this course.
Going to put a nice time down. He's really on edge there. Look at the angulation of that board. Bodie is really on edge here today. Taking it through the finish line. 24.45 for Bodie Calloway. Puts him up in the number 1 spot.
Nice job, Bodie. Next up is 506, Connor Scrum, a sophomore from Southern Conference Co-op. He is in the start.
Connor will be followed by another local fella, Luke Koch, from Logan Central.
And Connor Scrum is now on course. So another solid performance from Bodie Calloway from the AOWS squad. Nice run by Luke Schmidt as well from Slinger.
This is Connor Scrum out in front of us right now, a sophomore from the Southern Conference Co-op.
Here comes Connor. Connor Scrum's time is a 33.97, 33.97.
A junior from Logan Central is up next. Luke Koch is on course. He's also putting a nice run down on his home turf here. Had a little bit of a slide out there, but he's back on pace now.
In the start is 429, Owen Rapenshek, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
Luke throwing a nice time down, even though he had a little spin out. 26.8 unofficially puts him in the third position.
Nice run by Luke Cope. On course, 429, Owen Repenshik. And in the gate is 418, Gus Balasubramaniam, a senior from Middleton.
Lander fans are going nuts for Owen here. Had a little bounce, but back up on his feet right away. Good instincts there. Good racing instincts for Owen. Across the line, he comes at 35.54 inside the top 10.
Our next racer is in the start, 418, Gus Balasubramaniam from Middleton.
See how I hit that one?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to try it. Just gotta sound it out, I guess, huh? Anyway, Gus is up next.
Panel repair there on a red panel with one of our course workers. Make sure everything's set for those next racers.
Looks like we're going to be back in action for our final racer of the first seed, bib number 418.
Gus is on course.
Starting off, the second seed will be bib 548, Ethan Thomas, a junior from Rice Lake. And we're looking at 418, Gus Balasubramaniam, a senior from Middleton, approaching the finish. Gus's time is a 34.46, 34.46.
Leading off seed 2 in bib 548. On course now is Ethan Thomas from Rice Lake, the junior this year. Ethan will be followed by Jack Bullis from Slinger.
And we're watching Ethan Thomas, a junior from Rice Lake, racing as an individual. Ethan's doing a nice job here, approaching the last few gates here. Ethan Thomas finishes with a time that we'll let you know of. Coming up next is Jack Bullis, a junior from Slinger. We're looking at Jack Bullis on course. Looks like we have a time for Ethan Thomas. That was 27.83. We're not sure if that's the official time, or we'll let you know. As long as we have a little bit of time here, wanted to let you know that we will be doing awards again at the end of the boys' slalom. So take a few minutes to gather all the materials, but then we will do awards over by the log house following the race. But racing doesn't end today. Tomorrow and Monday we have ski racing. Tomorrow we'll have the opening ceremony at 8:30, followed by the girls slalom. Then we'll have the boys slalom, and then approximately 2:30 we'll have the girls GS. Then on Monday we will do the boys GS, the girls Super G, and the boys Super G, followed by awards each day. So there's a lot going on. A lot of excitement here at Mount La Crosse, and we want to thank everybody for coming out. Beautiful day today, and we hope that the next 2 days will be just as beautiful. We will have a time for Jack Bullis in just a short period of time, so we will announce Jack Bullis' time, but we're going to continue with the racing short.
And next up, Bib 409 is going to be coming down the course. Bib 409 is Hunter Wenzel, a senior from Hartford. Here comes Hunter.
Following Hunter, we'll have Bib 403, Jacob Mighty, a junior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team.
Just putting a nice run together here. And nice and close to those panels and heading for the finish. With a time of 27.32. Nice run for Hunter, and officially puts him in the 4th position. Bib 403 on course next. Jacob Mighty, he's a junior from AOWS.
And in the start, another local racer, 412, Logan Boland, a junior from La Crosse Central Logan. One of his training partners here is Jacob Mighty, a junior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team.
Putting a nice run together. Watch as Jake crosses the finish line unofficially in 9th position, 33.04. Logan Boland on course, another local fellow from Logan Central. He's a junior this year. Logan will be followed by Chris DeCourt from Waukesha.
Logan's doing a nice job on this slalom course. Bib number 412, Logan Boland approaching the finish. And Logan has a nice time of a 29.20, 29.20.
On course now is Chris DeCourt. Chris is a junior from Waukesha. Right behind Chris in the start gate is Milo Graffin, Southern Comfort Co-op. Chris DeCourt makes nice turns back and forth.
In the start, we have Bib 431, Milo Graffin, a junior from Southern Conference Co-op. Chris DeCourt having a little bit of a bobble there, but here he's back on course, approaching the finish. And Chris's time is a 35.80, 35.80, Chris. Bib 431, Milo Graffin is now on course.
Had just a little bit of an oops up there. Got spun back down without going down. Did little switch there. He left foot forward at first. Did a little. There's another switch at the gate. Got some technique there. This is Milo Graffin.
In the start is 5:45, Gavin Schaubel. Milo Graffin's time is a 38.83, 38.83. Just out of the gate, 5:45, Gavin Schaubel, a freshman from West Bend.
Behind Gavin will be Jack Hom, skiing as an individual from Luther, senior this year.
Bib 5:45, Gavin Schaubel makes his way toward finish. And Gavin finishes with a time of 31.62, 31.62. Now on course, 5:47, in the gate, 5:47, Jack Hom, a senior from Luther.
Comes Jack.
In the start is 5:35, Zachary King, a junior from Wanakee. And we are looking at Jack Hom from Luther.
Getting near the end of our number 2 seed group here. 20 racers have come through the course so far for the boys. Jack Hom approaches the finish line, skiing as an individual from Luther at the time of 32.61, unofficial 11th spot. Jack.
Now on course, we have bib number 5:35, Zachary King, a junior from Wanakee.
Right behind Zachary, waiting in the start house is Mac Dirk, Rhineland. Comes Zach King. Getting a little bit of shuffle in some of those corners. You can see that course is starting to disrupt just a little bit. He holds a nice line and comes across the finish at 36.09.
Our next racer is bib 4:25, Mac Durkee. He will be followed by 4:23, Matthew Whalen. Got 2 seniors wrapping up our second seed. We're watching Mac Durkee
Mac's
from
got the nice
Rhinelander.
line here. He's got good angulation on that board. Really nice turns in the bottom part of this course. Tight the panels. Big tall guy. Let's see how Mac does. 32.7, unofficial 12th position for Mac Durkee.
Our next racer is 4:23, Matthew Whalen, another senior, and he is from Middleton. Now on court.
Deck is Evan Mathwig from the Southern Conference Co-op.
Here comes Matthew Whalen toward the finish. Matthew's time is a 33.09, 33.09. That wraps up our second seed of the boys slalom. Up next, we have bib number 433, Evan Mathwig, a junior from the Southern Conference Co-op. And Evan's doing a nice job. He'll be followed by 509, Joe Hefter, a junior from Slinger, in the gate.
Here comes Evan. Evan Mathwig crossed to 36.61. Joe Hefter on course, a junior from Slinger. Waiting to go behind Joe is Braden Conwell from Middleton. Joe's putting together a nice run.
Here comes Joe Hefter to the finish. Joe's time is a 30.32, 30.32. Unofficially a 10th spot for Joe.
Bib number 420 on course now, Braden Conwell from Middleton. Braden will be followed by Will Bakastoon from Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem.
And this is Braden's final few gates as a high school racer. Braden Conwell's time, 37.25, 37.25. Now on course, bib 400, Will Bakastoon, a sophomore from Aquinas on Alaska, West Salem.
Will had just a little oop there, but he's back on course.
In the start, we have bib 410, Mason Weimer, a sophomore from Hartford.
This is Will Bakastoon right now.
We've got Will's time now. We'll let you know what Will's time is as soon as we know the official time. On course, we have bib 410, Mason Weimer from Hartford. And here comes Mason Weimer approaching the finish. Mason's time, a 30.28, 30.28 for Mason. Up next, we have 5:36, Alex Mickelson, a freshman from Wanakee.
Alex will be followed by Gavin Byer from West Bend.
And on course is 5:36, Alex Mickelson from Wanakee. And we do have a time now for bib 508, Jack Bullis. And we'll get that to you in just a second. That was Alex Mickelson finishing up with a 41.52, 41.52. Jack Bullis' time is a 27.53 to 7.53.
On course now, Gavin Bayer.
Pardon me, I think it was a 27.43. Jack Bullis.
Across the line now is Gavin Bayer, 32.82. 32.82 for Gavin.
And we'll get you a time for Will Bakastoon, too. Now on course is Reese Frisk, a senior from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
Reese will be followed by Ben Engel, senior from Walker. Committed to these last two turns here. And Reese crosses the finish line, 37.26 for Reese Frisk.
Next up is 5:15, Ben Engel, a senior from Waukesha. He's on course. And kind of backtracking to Will Bakastoon's time. Will's time was a 32.86. 32.86 for Will. On course is
bib 5:15, Ben Engel.
And our final racer for Speed 3 will be 4:17, Sam Lown. Here comes Ben Engel to the finish. Ben's time is a 32.29. 32.29 for Ben. Finishing up Speed 3 is 4:17 from the La Crosse Central Logan squad, Sam Lown, a senior.
Was on course. Waiting behind Sam, Speed 4, Lars Woman from Middleton. Come on, you La Crosse fans, let's make a little noise for Sam.
Sam's final race as a high school racer, as he is a senior. Here he comes, bib 417, Sam Lown. And Sam finishes with a 42.07. 42.07. Sam?
On course now is Lars Wubben from Middleton, Wisconsin. He's a sophomore this year in bib 424. Lars will be followed by Ethan Gartsky from Waukesha.
Lars is our first racer in our fourth seed of the boys slalom. Here he comes, Lars Wubben to the finish with a 36.22. 36.22. Up next, we have bib 516, Ethan Gartsky, a senior from Waukesha.
And had just a little bobble there, but he turned it right back around and got back on course. Bodie Calloway leading us today at number 1 position, 24.45 KOWS, followed by Luke Schmidt, Luke Koch, Hunter Wenzel, and Jack Bullis. Coming across the line now from Waukesha, this is Ethan Gartsky with 32.59.
Our next racer is 407, Caleb St. Antoine, a junior from Hartford. In the start, we have bib 426, Brady Frisk, a senior from Rhinelander Northern Pines. And here comes Caleb St. Antoine. Caleb's time is a 30.29, 30.29. We have a did not start with 404, Diego Niera, as it did not start.
Up next, bib 426, Brady Frisk. Brady is from Rhinelander Northern Pines, finishing out his high school racing career here on snowboard. He's a senior this year. See how Brady does on course.
In the start is 432, London Kastner, a junior from Southern Conference Co-op. And we're watching 426, Brady Frisk on court. Brady's time is a 39.57, 39.57. On course is 432, London Kastner.
Pretty much moved to an all dark course now. Our sun is dropping behind the bluff, so these boarders have had a little bit of light transition to deal with here. Good view on the Jumbotron as the steepness of the pitch as these boarders come across that last section there. London Kastner, bib 432, finishes at 41.99.
Our next racer is bib 507, Gavin Braun, a sophomore from Slinger. Gavin is now on course. In the start, we have bib 413, one of our local racers, Charles Head, a freshman from La Crosse Central Logan.
Gavin Braun on course. Late in the seed, but putting together a nice run, it looks like. Gavin comes across at 33.71.
Now on course is bib 413, Charles Head from the La Crosse Logan Central team. He'll be followed by bib 544, Pierce Reiner, senior from West Bend. This is Charles Head. First slalom appearance at state as he is a freshman. And making his way to the finish is 413, Charles Head, finishing with a time of 50.43, 50.43. Up next is 544 Pierce Reiner, senior from West Bend.
Following Pierce will be Cole Gashko from Wanakee. Cole round out seat number 4. Pierce laying down a pretty nice line here on the bottom part of this course. Pierce Reiner from West Bend. Pierce cross line at 33.94, 33.94.
Our next racer is bib 533, Cole Gasco, sophomore from Wanakee, and he will be our final racer in the 4th seed. And we're looking at 533, Cole Gasco from Wanakee, making his way towards finish.
Cole's time is 44.96, 44.96 for Cole Gashko. Starting off, our seed number 5 is going to be Gavin Albrecht, wearing bib 405, a sophomore from Hartford. Gavin will be followed by Doug Watson, a freshman from Middleton. Gavin's linking some turns here. He is on a mission. If he can hold this together, he looks like he's got a pretty nice run put together. Gavin Albrecht crosses at 32.36. 32.36, especially in the 15th spot.
Next on course is 422, Doug Watson, a freshman from Middleton. In the start is 428, Trevin Rapley, a senior from Rhinelander, Northern Pines.
Doug Watson from Middleton. Looking savvy beyond his years there as a freshman, and Doug Watson comes across the line at 37.66. 37.66, Doug Watson.
Now on course, we have bib 428, Trevin Rapley, a senior from Rhinelander, Northern Pines. In the gate, 402, Carter Fortune, a sophomore from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. You're looking at Trevin Rapley making his way toward the finish. And Trevin finishes with a time of 40.67, 40.67.
Next up is Carter Fortune from Aquinas, Alaska, Salem, sophomore this year, bib 402.
In the start is 414, Brett Youngman, freshman from La Crosse Central Logan.
Watching Carter Fortune here, sophomore this year, making his way down the course.
Approaching the final few gates here is Carter Fortune, sophomore from the AOWS squad. Carter's time is a 43.96, 43.96.
Next on course is Brett Youngman, a freshman from Logan Central. Brett had a little slide out there. See if he can recover and get up around that blue panel. He has completed his mission there. He's back on his feet.
In the start, we have bib 512, Alex Schneeberger, a senior from Slinger. Working his way to the finish is Brett Youngman, freshman from La Crosse Logan Central, and Brett finishes with a time of 49.63. 49.63 for Brett. Our next racer is bib number 512, Alex Schneeberger, a senior from Slinger. Following Alex, we'll have bib 519, Aiden Rotfeld. Here comes Alex. Alex finishes with a time of 33.47. 33.47.
On course now is Aiden Rotfeld from Waukesha. Aiden will be followed by Sam Reynolds from the Southern Conference Co-op.
We are approaching the end of our 5th heat of the boys slalom.
Bit of warmer conditions here this afternoon did soften this course just a little bit for these ending racers here. You're seeing a little bit of bounce in some of those turns, but they're doing a nice job holding on here. Aiden Rotfield comes across the line at 35.74. Aiden followed by Sam Reynolds next on course. Sam is a freshman from Southern Conference Co-op.
And Sam Reynolds will be followed by Samuel Anderson, a sophomore from Wanakee.
Watching Sam Reynolds out in front of us. Representing the freshman class, Southern Conference Co-op at 39.07 for Sam Reynolds. On course, Sam Anderson next. Sam will be followed by Brady Guth from West Bend.
Samuel Anderson, sophomore from Wanakee, doing a nice job here on the upper portion of the slalom course. He'll be followed by our final racer in the 5th seed, Brady Guth. Here he comes, bib 532, Samuel Anderson, finishing with a time of 34.99. 34.99. Our next racer will wrap up the 5th seed, bib 541, Brady Guth, a senior from West Bend.
He had a little bobble there, but he popped back up just as quickly as he went down, so I don't think he gave up a ton of time there. Really nice instinctive pop back up on his feet.
Here he comes, Brady Guth to the finish. Brady's time is a 33.96. 33.96. Here we go with our 6th seed of the boys slalom. Our first racer is 538, Colin Norland, sophomore from Wanakee. In the start, we have bib 510, Jacob Lishka, freshman from Slinger.
Mid part of the course right now is Colin Norland from Wanakee, sophomore. Leading off the first of the boarders in the 6th seed here. And Colin's time is 47.59. 47.59.
Just out of the start is 510, Jacob Lishka, freshman from Slinger. He'll be followed by 430, Evan Steve Wright, senior from Rhinelander, Northern Pines.
Again, this is Jacob Lishka representing those freshmen from Slinger and Little Switzerland. Jacob's time is 39.47.
Our next racer is bib number 430, Evan Steve Wright, a senior from Rhinelander, Northern Pines. He is on court.
Evan will be followed by Ian Kelly from Middleton.
And here comes bib 430, Evan Seavright, wrapping up his state meet experiences, senior from Rhinelander, Northern Pines. Evan's time is a 38.33, 38.33. Our next racer is 421, Ian Kelly, a junior from Middleton.
On deck behind Ian is Ben Johnston from Waukesha. Ian had a little loop there, but he's back up and at him. Last few gates here for Ian Kelly. Ian makes his way down to the finish line. From Middleton, Ian turns in a time of 45.57.
Just out of the gate, 517, Ben Johnston, a freshman from Waukesha. On deck is 435, Mark Ross, a sophomore from Southern Conference Co-op. Pardon me, bib 435, Mark Ross is a did not start. Will be a did not start. We're looking at Ben Johnston from Waukesha approach the final gate. And there he is. Ben's time is a 39.45, 39.45.
Have this right. Next on course, 539, Andrew Barker. Andrew is a senior from West Bend, beating that Mark Ross would not start. Andrew Barker on course. Andrew will be followed by Dominic Freiling from Logan Central.
And he might be a did not start. I'm not, we'll have. Yep, our final racer will be bib 406, Landon Engelbretson. Here comes Andrew Barker to the finish. Andrew's time is a 36.88, 36.88. Our final snowboard racer of the day is on course, 406, Landon Engelbretson, a sophomore from Hartford. So again, bib 416, Dominic Freiling was a did not start. Here we go. Let's hear it for our final boarder of the day, Landon Engelbretson from Hartford. Landon's time is a 32.31, 32.31.
And that's a wrap for our Wisconsin State snowboard racing here today at beautiful Mount La Crosse. We've had a fantastic day of racing. Please stick around for the award ceremony immediately to follow. Give our officials and judges just a few moments to tabulate all those scores, and we will be with you for an awards ceremony next to the log house, next to the Jumbotron in just a few minutes. Congratulations to all the athletes today. Great job on your snowboards here at beautiful Mount La Crosse.
And it looks like Bodie Calloway unofficially would hang on with a 24.45, followed by Luke Schmidt, followed by Luke Koch, then Hunter Wenzel and Jack Bullis. So thanks again. Stick around for awards. We'll get to those as soon as we can. Attention, we do have a couple of DQs to announce for the girls slalom snowboarders. We have a DQ for 584 Kira Olsen. So bib 584 Kira Olsen is a DQ. Her second DQ is 581 Faith Lynn. Bib number 581 Faith Lynn is a DQ. No DQs to announce for the men. All right, we're ready to begin the snowboarding awards. All right, thank you for coming out for the 2023 State Snowboard Championship today here at beautiful Mount Crosse. We're glad you can make it, and we're really happy with the day we had. We're going to do awards in the order that the event took place today. So we'll begin with the girls' Boarder Crosse. So top 3 place winners will come. What? So we'll start with third place. It's a really close time. Third place, the time of 35:42 from Divine Savior Holy Angels, Chloe Rummel. In second place, the time of 35:23 from Slinger, Abra Adams. And in first place for the girls' Boarder Crosse with the time of 34.73 from Slinger, Emma Smith. Congratulations. Next, we'll do the top 3 for the boys' Boarder Crosse. In third place, time of 32.00 from West Bend, Johnny Mundell. In second place, the time of 31.71 from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, Bodie Calloway. And in first place, the time of 31.70 from Hartford, Hunter Wenzel. Congratulations. And now for the girls' Boarder GS. In third place, time of 48.04 from Slinger, Emma Smith. In second place, time of 46.5 from Middleton, Chloe Larson. And in first place, girls Boarder TS with a time of 40.40 from Slinger, Olivia Strupp. Congratulations, ladies. Now for the top 3 boys Boarder GS results. In third place, time of 42.47 from Slinger, Jack Bullis. In second place, with a time of 40.12 from La Crosse Logan Central, Luke Cope. And in first place, the boys board yes, with a time of 37.90 from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, Bodie Calloway. Congratulations. And now for our top girls quarter slalom result. In third place, the time of 48 from Waukesha, Nicole Major. In second place, the time of 30.31 from Middleton, Chloe Larson. And in first place, the time of 27.70 from Slinger, Olivia Struck. Congratulations. And now for the boys boarder slalom top three. In third place with a time of 26.80 from La Crosse Logan Central, Luke Hope. In second place with a time of 26.25 from Slinger, Luke Schmidt. And in first place with a time of 24.45 from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, Bodie Calloway. Now I'm going to announce top three finish combined results total. We'll start with girls snowboard. Top three boarders with 12 points from Middleton, Chloe Larson. In second place overall with 8 points From Slinger, Emma Smith. And our 2020 girls snowboard champion with a total of 6 points. From Slinger, Olivia Strupp. Here are the top snowboarders in the state of Wisconsin 2023. Just a quick reminder, in the top 5 finishers in each race qualify for the all-state team. So if you're interested in making the trip, go into don't. You can have all-state jacket, so you can go try it on or in the boardroom, right? Check it there. All right, now for the boys. Combined results, top 3. In third place with 14 total points from Slinger, Jack Bullis. In second place with a total of 12 points from Lacrosse Logan Central, Luke Hope. And our 2023 boys snowboard champion with a total of 4 points from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, Bodie Calloway. Bodie's brother Cooper Calloway was the champion. So the family, nice job, guys. Congratulations. Now we'll do team results. So we give medals to the top 3 teams. So we'll start with third. Then we also coaches with all your names. Coaches come up, but affiliated with it in the no moms. Okay, we'll start with ladies. In third place with a total of 208 points, West Bend. Come on, West Bend. Congratulations, West. In second place with a total of 124, Waukesha. Second also Congratulations, Hawk. And the team champion for the 20 state snowboard championship with a total of 55 points, Slinger. Congratulations. Now for the boys, adult top three. In third place, a total of 101 total points, West Bend. And in second place, adults with a total of 104 points, Hartford. And the 2020 state snowboard championship team with a total of 112 points is Slinger. Congratulations, sir. Just a quick reminder, top 5 place winners have the opportunity to buy a jacket back if you want to go and test them out, what size you would like. Go into LA, right? Those jackets there. Also, a reminder: if you want to order a sweatshirt, or maybe you couldn't find a sweatshirt or shirt of your size or color, we will open up the website starting Tuesday. So Tuesday, you can go to the state website and order apparel, and it'll be delivered right to your house. So if you couldn't find what you need today, go to the website Tuesday. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for a great day.